So we are live here, Club WPT Gold. This is Josh Gendon Poker, Salem Witch EMD, World Poker Tour Club WPT Ambassador. We've got Tony Dunst at our table. So let's see what we got. We have a raise under the gun. This is a six-handed table. And an all-in from the button. We are going to fold. So let's see what we got here. I have 21,000 chips. Let's see, and Ace King versus Jacks. Ace King gets there. So we will be intermittently panning up and down because we have live cards. And we shove all in on Tony Dunst. 20,000 and he folds. We had a 7 of clubs. All right. So let's see what we got here. Raise from the cutoff. We're about 20 big blinds effective. And we got a hand we got to fold. So we are playing on Club WPT Gold. Playing the 218 SC6 max. 241 runners. We have 80 left. Top 37 get paid. We're using our Ambassador poker chip coin as a card protector. It's a fold from the cutoff. 20 big blinds effective. Alright, so we are testing out going live. This is the first time I've gone live on my poker YouTube channel. Alright, so we're gonna raise here. Position 7. Playable hand. We've been raised off 20 big blinds. We have World Poker Tour champion Tony Dunst in the big blind. He's got about 26 big blinds. After this pot, I will switch it over to big blinds so we can see. So flop is king, queen 10. Bet and full. We had king 9 suited. We took it down from Tony Dunst, World Poker Tour champion. Whoops, showed my cards. I'm gonna try not to do that in case one of the players at my table is tuning in, or if Tony Dunst catches wind of the stream. I would hate to give him an unfair advantage. Normally we would have a little bit more of an official setup, but we just made the split-second decision to go live. So we were battling with Tony Dunst. So I'm just going to use this coin protector to cover up my cards. Occasionally I will have to pan up with the camera. Blinds are currently 700, 1400. Tony Dunst has just about 23 big blinds. ASG is in the chat. Hey, buddy. Welcome, welcome. So let's see what we got here. All right, so let me just come back up. We have a playable hand here, potentially, in the big blind. We have about 27,000 chips. All right, let's see what we got. So like I said, guys, we made a last-second decision to go live. And this is the first time I've ever gone live on my YouTube stream. So I was not prepared with a chip protector and the like. So bear with me. I'm going to try to keep my cards from being... We have 1,000 chips. Why don't we switch it over to big blinds for simplicity's sake? ASG, I do have Streamlabs already, but I do not have it set up. This was kind of a last-second decision to go live, seeing that Tony Dunst is at our table and we're battling with him. I do like Streamlabs though. It's very handy. You can get card protectors built in, multiple layers, multiple tables. Sure. So we are 15 big blinds effective. Triple T, hey buddy, how you doing? See ya, welcome in. We just decided to go live here. Tony Dunst is at our table, 24 big blinds. We have 15 big blinds. This is the 218 SC on Club WBT Gold. There are 95 players left out of 248, and we are 81st, 38 get paid. I have to spin it up a little bit here. We are 16 big blinds. We're going to be playing a short stack strategy here. Try not to show my cards again. Hopefully that'll be the last time. I don't want Tony Dunst tuning in, getting an unfair advantage. I doubt these other people are at my table, but Tony Dunst might end up seeing this at some point. Triple T, welcome in. ASG. So I'm working on my first video from the Bankroll X challenge. We had a nice Triple T. You made a comment the other day about hopefully it'll be under 16 episodes. We got about 20% of the 10K last night in the very first session. So odds are favorable that we are gonna have under 16 or under sessions. So we will be able to give out a very big prize. ASG is asking if Tony is online in a suit. I don't know what kind of suit. If it's an official suit. It's June. I'm not sure when his birthday is. Let's see what we can do here. We're position 7 with a marble hand and about 15 big blinds, so we're gonna fold. But yeah, I'm working on the first video for the Bankroll X challenge with a twist. First YouTube video. It was a good session. We put a 2-5 session, 2 hours, bought in for $1,000, cashed out $2,830. So we made $1,830 in 2 hours. That just had absolute cards rain over me. Biggest hand of the night was interesting. Let's see. We had one limp middle position. I had King 9 of Hearts on the button, so I raised to 25. This older gentleman in the small blind flatted, and the original limper flatted also. So there was about $80 in the pot pre-flop. The flop was King 9-7, 2 clubs, and I had King 9 of Hearts on the King 9 of Hearts. I flopped top 2. Checks to me. I bet 30. The gentleman in the small blind, the older gentleman, makes it 75. The initial limper calls a 75. I raised to 275. The older gentleman says I double it and makes it like 550. And the initial limper folds. I was thinking at pocket 7s potentially, set of 7s. And I kind of Hollywooded a little bit. Obviously, I wasn't going to wear top 2 pair. Kind of tanked a little bit. I said, I know what you have. Just kind of trying to play a little mind games with him. He kind of took me as a younger punk kid, I'm sure. I knew I wasn't going anywhere. I was looking to improve also. Lots of outs. I figured pocket sevens. He could have flush draw. Kind of weird, strong play with a flush draw. I really thought he had at least two pair, maybe a set. Anyways, so I called. Turn was a king of diamonds. So now it's king 9 7 9. I got three kings, two nines. He checks to me. We each have. He's got about 700 left. I've got about 800 left, and I bet 280. He calls. River is inconsequential, six of diamonds. So now it looks like I could miss clubs. Ooh, here we go. We got a hand. We are all in here. Jacks versus King 10. Let's hold. Oh, bad. Oof. That's how we've been running recently. GG's. We're out. So the gentleman thinks for a while, and he ends up calling, and he limped in with pocket aces. Should we rebuy? Might as well. Yeah. Don't like playing. Getting close to the money. We're gonna go for another bullet here. Anyways, so we called, sorry, he called after tanking for about 30 seconds. We scooped like a over $2,000 pot. It was a very good hand. He had pocket aces too. He tried to trap pre-flop. Pretty tricky. But yeah, that's some really cool people. There was a really cool dealer named Jill. The gentleman I coolered was named Dave. Let's see, we had a raising hand, but we gotta fold it here. Yeah, I'll get Streamlabs going. I debated, I'm playing three big tournaments on Sunday, day two of the 22 SC, the one I got second last weekend. And then there's a $2,100 high roll I satellited into. There's 48 players currently, about 85,000 up top. That's a nice tournament. And then there is day one of the main event, the $2,500 main event. That's at like 10:15 at night. And I'm working Friday and Saturday evening into the night, so I'll be up later in the day, feeling good for those big runs. We'll see if I'm gonna fire up Streamlabs. My thought is I'll probably not stream for day one of the main event, but if and when I can get to day two and three, I'll fire up the stream. But I think more likely than not, just gonna focus on just getting ready to focus, get locked in, make a good run, and make it to day two. That way I can battle with Doug Polk, who already made it to day two. So we've got 15 big blinds. I'm gonna spin up a stack here. We're gonna play some short stack poker. It's crazy watching some of these guys that are short stack specialists who max light red to these tournaments. They're just absolutely monsters. I've noticed they're extremely tight, really never putting chips in the pot unless they're all in, shoving all in, or three betting all in, one of the two. So we'll see if we can kind of copy that strategy. Got a playable hand here. 15 big blinds. Keep it protected. I don't love this from under the gun raise. Yeah, I think we're gonna fold. I'll let it go. We'll let it go. Got 14. Let's see, we got 14.1 big blinds. 95 people left. Let's see what we can do here. Top 40 get paid. I think if we double once, we will be doing okay. I wonder if you can. No, you can't. Interesting. It just says chips there. It doesn't tell you how many big blinds there are. Alright, let's see what we got here. Now blinds went up. We're down to 10.5 big blinds. We have a weak hand. We will be folding. Okay. Let me see what you guys said here. Close. Just saw ace 8 versus king versus jacks all in pre-flop, and the board ran out Broadway for a chop. It's gross. 3 off, 10 big blinds. We're just gonna assume no one is in the stream here. If Tony comes, we'll cover back up. But let's see, 10 big blinds. It is a weekend. We're gonna look for shoving hand under 10 big blinds. We got one move, one shove, 3's decent from the poker hand there. Both players played it perfectly well. 3's busts. I played with Tams before. It's a tough player. All right, we're cut off now. Queen 3 hearts, 10 big blinds. Fold. Yeah, big weekend. A lot going on. Club WT Gold Festival, the heating up, coming to not a completion, but most of the big events have concluded. We got the main event left. Ace 8 versus Ace King trips. Spades? No. All right. Lose another one. So let's see. 10.3. Looking for a hand. Nope. Let's see. I could still open some off 10. Really, mainly premiums like aces, kings, ace king suited that you want action from. In theory, to be perfectly balanced, you should probably mix in some different hands, but I think just your absolute premiums there is probably fine, especially against this level of competition. So queen 5 off. Let's see. I think we can. Not to misclick. I'm just gonna raise it up a little bit. That's nice. Top pair. Let's do one. We are not looking to do really anything other than all right, chip it up. 12.7. Little test stream here, live stream on YouTube Live. First one. This is how we will do the call-in show. When we get that fired up and running. Jam 12. What hands would I call with here? Probably like definitely Ace Jack would make it. King Queen suited. King Queen off might be a fold. Da da da. 11.9. We're above 10 again, so you can open some hands, some of the smaller, 12 big blinds from the button hands, like the smaller pocket pairs, really rag aces. You can jam those. Let's see. Okay, nice playable hand here. 12 bigs. Not really trying to do anything other than get that in here. A reasonable jam and a call. A smaller pair. Queens. Ooh, got lucky. Holds. All right, up to 25 bigs. It comes around, goes around. I'm like probably 0 for 11 on 50-50 or 60-40 flips. I got it in as a massive, way behind on that all-in situation, and ended up taking it down. So goes around, comes around, you know. Let's see. Sometimes you're running hotter than others, but that was a nice double. So 25. That puts us 50th place. 89 left. Nice stack now. 25. A workable stack, you know. We don't only have to go all in. So this is probably going to be a pot odds call if it comes to us. So let's see. Queen 8 off. Obviously not a great hand. He's shoving 5.5, which can be really wide range. So we're going to have to call 4.5 while they're calling. Yeah, it's a fold now, but it would have been a call for me if yeah, it's nothing but a fold. All right. Queen 8. Yeah, we would have been ahead for sure. Would have taken it down. But would have been a nice pot odds call. But with the other player calling, you got to think they've got a stronger hand, stronger range. It's not really a great hand. Hey, Jason SD, how you doing, buddy? Let's see, 9 deuce off. That's like a nice fold. Absolute bottom of our range. Ooh, Tony Dunst is back here. I love that. All right, I got to cover back up. So Tony Dunst is at our table again, down to 12 big blinds. Oh, sorry, I got to cover this up. This feels like a shove. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna shove here. No, I don't actually. Let me just make it 2. Make it 2. Tony Dunst, World Poker Tour, WPT champion. Good shove, Tony. Good shove. Folds. It felt a little light just to open shove, so I'm just gonna fold. It's a good shove, Tony. All right, let's cover up here so we can. All right, let's see what we got. Peek at the cards. I have a folding hand. 2 bigs. All right, up to 8 people live here. First live stream ever. Keep the chat going. We got some Club WPT strong here. We got Jason SD. We got Triple T, Terry St. Peter, 3-time champion. Made super deep run in the $5 million free roll. It's fun to watch him battling. It was motivating to be playing with him. He was ahead of me a lot of the tournament, and I was trying to keep up with him. So that was super fun. We got ASG, Crusher, just won a gold ticket on. Gonna have a free entry to the $1 million free roll. Also has a World Series of Poker main event seat by way of GG. Absolutely on fire, ASG. Keep it going. All right, we got an opening hand here. Let me open minimum, and then I'll bring the card protector down. See what Tony wants to do. If he jammed, it was close. At ace-10 off. All right, so let's see what we can do now. All right, let's see what we got. That's a fold for me. Cover back up. So yeah. So what does everyone have planned this weekend? A lot of poker in store, I'm assuming. Club WT, Gold. Anyone playing live? Let's see, I'm in the big blind now. We got a hand. We're gonna battle with Tony. This might be fireworks if Tony wants to run him here. Let's see. 2 bigs. I'm gonna put the pressure on here. Yep, feels right. Absolutely. Gonna come with that jam. Oh, he calls. 4s versus ace king. Hold versus Tony. No counterfeit. Oh, he got there. Dirty dog. Good hand, Tony. Dang. That was tough. That one hurt a little bit. That one hurt. That one hurt. Maxlight Reg is complete too. Oh, that was a good shove spot. That was a good play, I think. A lot of the small blind, big blind, small pocket pairs, late position. I mean, this is a 6 max, so everything's pretty much late position. Function pretty well as jams. Anytime you can get 6 or more, usually 7 to 1 is the optimal number, but 6 to 10 to 1, their open raise size. Nice small pocket pairs. I was battling at the Best Bet Jacksonville main event WPT with Joe McKeon a lot of the day, and Joe McKeon kept opening from the button, and I was in the big blind. One time I had pocket 4s, I jammed. One time I had pocket 7s, I jammed. I think I had like pocket 8s one time and jammed again, and he just side folded every time, but. It's a really nice play because you have a pocket pair. They're really unlikely to have a pocket pair, so they can only call with their top of their range. Big Broadway type hands. But a lot of their range they just have to fold. A lot of their opening range, and the ones they call, you're at least 50-50, like usually 55% to win. Occasionally you'll be dominated, but in those scenarios you'll have, usually 20% equity if you've got an overpair in the really rare situation. I have an absolutely terrible hand, 4.5 big blinds. Be looking to get a quick double here. I feel like Tony owes me one after that suck out. No, that was interesting. I've been running pretty bad the last couple of days. I flopped gut shot there. I just felt like I was about to get counterfeited on the turn. It's not good when you have those kind of the feeling that you're gonna lose. It's not, you gotta get rid of that. Let's see, another folding hand, 4.4 big blinds. Really looking to get it in with anything reasonable. See what Tony does. Rejams. Wow, ace 9 off. Aggressive play. Aggressive play from the World Poker Tour champion, the one and only Tony Dunst. Let's see what I got here. We're gonna go all in for big blind. Marginal hand, but for big blind. All right, what's Tony gonna do? He calls. Oh, aces. That's it, huh? King. Let's get another king one time. 2, I'll take it. Oy vey. GG. Take it down, Tony. Let's see what we got here. I think that's a wrap. Yeah, it's a wrap. Dang. Here's the lineup for Sunday. Got some good ones coming up. Got the day 2 of the 22 SC. This was the one I got second in last week. We got the 46 player $2,100 high roller. Only 46 in. I satellite into this one. Let's look at this. 300K prize pool, 46 players. Look at the payouts just for a 46 person tournament. Really nice. 22K to 5th. That would be a substantial one. What else do we have? I think that's the balance. Let's see what we can get fired up here. Anything else going? Since we got the live stream going, we got a 33 SC. Anyone in the comments? You guys got anything good going? Any good tournaments you're playing right now? Let's see. Thanks for the good run there, Braulio. I think I'm gonna hop in the 33 SC daily. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Let's hop in. Ace 5 clubs. Nice hand. Good hand to start. 45, 50 big blinds. Let's make it 2.5. Alright, 165. What's everyone got planned for this weekend? Just laying low, online poker. Oh, meta. Got me up on the big screen. Da-da-da. Let's see about this. Oh, what happened there? Hold on. I dropped my connection there for a second. Timed out. 1 big blind. That's not great. Fold. Take a little bit of a risk here. I think we'll have to do what we were doing earlier, just in case. Just now with 9 whole people in the live stream here. We'll get the Streamlabs up and running. Not tonight, but soon enough. That way we can get the card protector and get some actual streams going. Let's see. We have a really weekend. How many blinds? Yeah, I think we can call 1 to win 7 big blinds. Yeah. Let's see. We caught a piece. We got all the 2-3. It's one of those weird situations. Like, do you bluff or do you? Because I've got some value and I could probably bluff there too because that board is me. I think with the ace high specifically, I want to go for value more. Really, no sense of bluffing necessarily. 7 bigs. That's a big bet. I got too much to fold right now. Let's see if he gives up, or I guess he's representing a lot of aces. Let's see if he can. I think he's got some clubs he could miss. Jack, nice, takes it down. All right, tough call on the turn, but whoops. Well, you already saw that one. 6-5 of diamonds, 33 bounty, 55 bounty earlier. Says Jason SD. That's the 33 SD here. Let's see. Do I want to be aggressive or limp in? Might as well limp in. Nice hand. We can stand a lot of pressure. We get a diamond. So sometimes I like kind of leading out if it's a limp pot and I've got decent equity. Put people to a test. And he raises. I don't see why we do anything other than call. 7 gets us a straight. I think now we kind of check here. Obviously, we're not giving up. 4 big blinds. That's weird. Weirdly small. Could have thought about raising there, but Jack. Oh, we got a lead now. Let's go for 18. We got a bluff. We got nothing. He calls it off. What does he have? Pair? 10. 1 pair. Light call. C'est la vie. That was tough. Alright. Annoying to get Jack 10 suited in the blind and someone shoves. Yeah, not great. OBS is better, but don't tell Brad. Oh, someone's working on a DQ qualifier. I actually missed that one, unfortunately. I still gotta qualify for that. I think I missed that, right? Did that start at 9:30 or is it still on? Is it? Should be watching granddaughter. Oh, labor sign. Great. Doing Monday anytime. Great. Granddaughter number 2. That's awesome, man. Congrats. Hoping for a smooth delivery. Always kind of a nerve-wracking time. 9:30, 7:30. Something's off there. DQ started at 8:30. ASG says, yeah, I missed that. Sad panda. We're just gonna roll with this for now. Keep it open. Congrats, Triple T, new baby. Always exciting. So exciting. All right, we got the 2 bigs. Yeah, we're gonna fold that for sure. So let's see what we got going on in this tournament. 569 people. Started with 914, pays 137. We're ranked 518. We got some work to do. Yeah, it's a pretty nice 11K, 6K. One thing I like to look at is how much 1,000 is. 8th place is 1,000. Congrats, Triple T. You look too young to be a granddad, but I guess it can happen at any age. Almost any age. One of the last days I worked in Missouri, I met a lady who was 24 and a grandma. So, all right, let's see what we got here. 26 bigs. It's a nice opening hand if it folds to me, or a folding hand if there's any action before me. Oh. Two, 4. Say what? Yeah. 12 and 12, I suppose. Guess that's the math. Anyone watching the NBA game? I haven't been missing out on that. Yeah, 24 is crazy. I tried to do a YouTube live stream for the final table the other night of the 22 SC, but It was my first time live streaming. It wouldn't let me do it, so wanted to hop on here tonight and give this a try, especially with my trusty dusty new phone holder that I got off Amazon. Chilling on the couch. I love this hat from the WPT. I think we got this from December. Several people had it. All right, let's fold. So is everyone here definitely going to win in December? Number one, and is anyone gonna make it to Bay 101 in October? Yeah, thanks, Triple T. I love that hat. Fits perfect. And it's white's a little different. I'm not much of a white guy, but I like it. Cousin has a bar mitzvah in December, so it depends on the dates. Oh man, cousin better get those dates right. Jason SC says we'll be in Vegas. Love that. Jason, you got a package yet? You got a Prime seat yet or not yet? ASG, you gotta go to win in Vegas. You gotta tell your cousin that. Tell him. Tell him that you got big things planned. Oh yeah, I would have to see my family. Oh, have a seat. Great. Yeah, yeah. San Jose. Yeah, you can stop by and see the family. Good excuse to go all the way up north. Um, Probably a pretty long drive, but maybe you could do it. Have a seat. December. Let's see. I'm in for December. School commitments may prevent Bay 101 though. Yeah, I hear you. It's tough. October. I think it's 24th through the 29th. Brad says 100 on Vegas. Let's go. It's gonna be a big one. Oh, 12 hours. Is that right, Jason? Yeah, I forget how big California is. Better take a flight or a bus, one of the two. Seems like a long drive. Maybe you could swing it, but it's like a whole day of driving. Doesn't seem great. Let's see. Bar mitzvah 12:13. That's tough. Tough timing. So usually they haven't announced the dates yet, but usually the Club WT private tournament is usually like the 10th or 11th of December. And the prime tournament, the $1,100 is around that time, usually coming to a conclusion around then. So usually starts around the 7th or 8th, if I remember correctly, of December and runs many days, but should be wrapping up around the 13th. So I guess if you're at the final table of the prime, you can attend via video maybe. But yeah, you could, it sounds like you could plan on being out there until like the 12th, and then head out. Where's the bar mitzvah in New Jersey? Yeah, Wind Festival for 21 days, 3rd through the 23rd. Brad saying it's been pretty consistent the last couple years. Savage alluded to the fact that the dates are going to be pretty similar this year, but I was kind of trying to get some info, but I don't think anything's been released. They definitely haven't told me anything yet. So let's see. Cincy, okay. Well, not too far from Triple T. All right. You got an apartment in Cincy, Triple T? As soon as they release the win dates for WPT, best to grab them. Win rates, yeah, 100%. That's a good point. Grab the hotel. You can always cancel the hotel, but just go ahead and book the block. I booked two separate. I didn't know when I was going last year or if I was even going to be able to go at all. So I went ahead and booked two separate, like 5-day blocks. Just canceled one of them. Well, there's some pretty affordable room rates at the Wynn, which is a really nice property. Wynn and Encore. I think we usually stay at the Encore technically. Athens. Athens, Ohio. Let's not be too far from Cincy. Ohio's not too big. Nice. Is his name LeBron James? I guess that's Akron. Athens, Greece. Yeah. The other Athens. Athens is where you. Yep. I work at Ohio University. This is Sparta. Alright, so gotta stay patient here. 26 bigs. Really not looking to pass up any opportunities though, but don't need to force it. The chips will come if we play right. Wish it was Athens, Greece. Yeah, I got to go in January, Athens, Greece. Only there for 3 days. First time I've been to Greece. I want to go back. It's such a beautiful, beautiful place. Smithy, welcome in, brother. This is the 33SC 60K guaranteed. About 11,000 up top, 950 some odd runners, ballpark. Um, just hopped in here. We got Tony Dunst. You know, we had a we jumped on the live stream. We were playing against Tony Dunst in a 6 max tournament, 218 6 max. He raised ace king off. I shoved fours. He called. Board was 6-5-3-5. We looked pretty good. Ace on Barry Greenstein on the river. So Tony Dunst knocked us down to 4 big blinds. We got it all in with ace king. Tony actually had, I think he had aces. I think he was the one that knocked us out. King on the flop, and we did not see another king, though we did turn a straight draw that did not come. But so Tony took us out. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, Smithy, just testing out the live stream here on YouTube. Yeah, Tony Dunst, damn it. So rude for a Club WPT member, you know. You know, poker is war. He was doing nothing else. Ace King and aces though. Must be nice to be Tony Dunst running so hot. Let's see. Yeah, Greece is beautiful. Yeah, Brad, Greece got absolutely crushed in like 2018 financial meltdown. A lot to do with the banks, but 1 million people out of the 11 million people from Greece left in 2018, and they were mostly like 18 to 28-year-old working talented people. It was just devastating to the country. The guy I was talking to was just still really sad about it, and only 300,000 of the million that left came back. But it's wild that such a beautiful country just got absolutely decimated, destroyed. ISG families from Greece. Greek people are beautiful people. It got to interact with them and get to meet some really interesting people there. And I want to go back. I mean, they're just so inviting, you know. Just it's like all of Europe, really. Any European country like that. I think Greece has a lot of similarities to Portugal. I kind of get that welcoming vibe that when I'm in Portugal every year, you know, is when I was in Greece. I'm going to be looking for an opportunity to be getting back to Greece. I go to Portugal every year as my wife's family is about an hour south of Porto, right on the water. So from there, it's a nice place, easy to jump off. And even Africa if you needed to. But I'll be looking to get to Greece in the next few years. All right, Malin 84. Let's look at some stats while we're hovering. 42-14 VPIP. 42-7. 75. Yes, little 75, we'll be looking to exploit the 75, that's for sure. 3 betting wider. All right. 33-16. Everyone's pretty wide. When you have this 25 big blind stack, all you really need to do is stay patient, wait for some big hands. Pick some spots. All right. Double up would be nice. A6 off, fold. We had some good discussions the other night about ace-10 offsuit on the button with 25 big blinds from the under the gun razor. Interesting takes. Truly a marginal spot. You can make an argument to play it there or not. I think a lot depends on your play style. Someone who's a little bit more aggro, like Catlin, probably would make use of that hand and play it profitably. My play style, for me, it's just a fold. I just don't get. I just feel like the range that's dominated. I'm not gonna be able to realize my equity. Gonna end up losing too many chips too often against better hands. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, ace-10 there, like, that's a tough one. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it felt good last night to get back into some live poker as far as in the cash streets. Everyone here has played cash quite a bit. I know Braulio's crushed the cash for many years. ASG, you played cash? I know Triple T plays some cash. Let's see, Knack and Monster. We're gonna be able to defend most here. I don't think we really want to 3-bet any, but it's enough. 3. This is one of those things, just an exploit. It's just bigger. If it was 2, I would have been in, but yeah, I don't really want to. My family's from Greece. We almost went today. Yeah, SD, I know you play a lot of cash. You and your wife both play. She plays too, right? I know you do. Or does she just stick to tournaments, I wonder? 3-3. Fell off. Yeah, when he opens 3 big blinds off the button there, 2 big blinds or 2 to 2.2 big blinds is kind of a standard opening raise size. So when they go 3 big blinds, what that allows you to do is just fold out the weaker part of your range. You don't need to defend as much. Ace-5 suited, 2 gapper like that's just weak enough to be one of the hands that doesn't make the cut. For 2 or 2.2 big blinds I'm in, but yeah, it would have been tough here. He's probably got a king. I didn't really see all the action, but all right, let's see what we got here. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, she plays more cash than you. I bet she's a crusher. Her wife's a crusher. A lot of cash PLO. What stakes do you play on ASG? I just got into 2-2 PLO last year. First session, really one. I busted out of a tournament. The no limit games were going very well, so I played a PLO 2-2 game. I think it was over 3,031 or 3,300 in a 2-2 PLO game in about 4 hours. That was pretty crazy. Everyone here, please give Josh a like for the stream. Smash the thumbs up. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the promotion. Gotta help a brother out. So we gotta promote each other's stuff while we can. Limp. Hold on a second. I need some time. What is going on here? Whoops. That's fine. I didn't mind folding that anyway. This is a weird hand. Yeah, if I'd have thought about it a little bit longer, I probably would have flipped in the half big blind. 10 probably been good, I'm assuming. We'll never know. All right, 20 bigs on the button. Let's play some short stack strategy. I like getting super aggressive in these spots, putting people to the test. That's a fold. All right, where's Catlin when you need him? I wonder. He would play ace-10 off. Would he play queen-8 off? Facing a 2 big blind raise. I don't know. Casino was in Columbus. Hour and a half. Play Cash on the Weekends. New poker room just opened in Athens. No way. I played twice thus far. 5 card PLO. Big pots. Wow. What casino is there in Columbus? Triple T. Actually, never played poker in Ohio. ASG, what stakes have you played at PLO? You playing 2-2? If anyone knows, oh, I'm forgetting his first name. Last name is Musa, Moussa. They call him the Moose. He's from the Boston area. He was playing 5-5 PLO at the casino last night. Oh, JC, I think his name's John Claude Musa. Final tableist of the main event, WSOP, the other couple years back. I think he got third place for over a million. Hollywood. Oh, yeah, I hear that's a good. Oh, 2-2 at Parks in Philly. Let's go. I hear Hollywood's nice. Heard about it. That seems like a nice standard open. 2-2 PLO. Yeah, that's so. ASG, do you know the true strategy for PLO? I feel like I don't really know the strategy. I feel like it's got a lot of similar concepts to No Limit in a lot of ways. I mean, aggression, position, right? I think you really got to be drawing at the nuts a lot of the time. I actually really don't know the strategy for PLO. Really nice poker room at Hollywood. Nice. It's good to hear. Bart Hansen from Crush Live Poker talks about that room. He's played it, I think, quite a bit. And the PLO. One night at the new casino by me, people were playing 10-20. Yeah, that's a good game. Let's see, what position am I? Position 7. Everything off is fine at 20 bigs. Let's see. I wonder why this is not working. Hold on a second, I gotta get some juice here. Did I get 3-bet? Is that what happened? Feels like a fold. Yeah, that's a big 3-bet. 20 bigs. 10-20. I've never played that high. I've never played 10-20. Played some 5-10. Really got comfortable with 2-5. Been beating that game for a few years now. 5-10. I think at my casino, all the 5-10 players are really good. Maybe at some point I'll get into 5-10 regularly. I'm really focused on tournament poker for the most part and live tournament play specifically. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to get into 5-10 much. I feel like I could be a winning player 5-10, but the variance is obviously much higher. Really tougher competition. Pretty comfortable at 2-5 right now. I feel like I can beat that game pretty regularly. So I put a lot of 2-5 currently. Dee-dee-dee. So let's see what we got here. What's the highest anyone's played? 5-10's the highest I played. Flop ranges. I play it as a very post-flop game. Yeah, I think so. ASG post-flop game. And also the thing that you gotta, I mean, an obvious thing about PLO is that the equities run so closely together. I mean, you're up against aces. No matter what 4 cards you have, you're gonna have 35% equity. So I think, you got to be selective about the spots based on the aggression, how aggressive people are playing, but pretty much you're never folding unless, the action is substantial. I mean, you're never folding to like one raise, right? Pre-flop, but then it's a post-flop game, right? So then, yeah, that's another conversation. So post-flop, 3-5, no limit, I think. Yeah, that can be a big game. It's a good game. So how do you play a post-flop? I mean, are you mainly... Is it still range advantages? Who's got the initiative? Or are you always just drawing for the nuts? I mean, I think what I've done online in tournaments is kind of somewhat overplayed hands, like 2-pair, for example, is not necessarily good. Some people tell me like bottom set isn't necessarily, you're not necessarily going to go with that either in PLO, which is kind of hard to believe, but variance of PLO, I struggle. Big swings, play small. Yeah, PLO 2-2 and 2-5 NL. Yeah, I agree. Triple T, that's what I feel really comfortable with is 2-5 no limit. You can have some big wins at 2-5 no limit for sure. I had a big one last night. 2-2. I've played it a little bit. 2-2 PLO. think I've lost over 1,000 before. I won over 3,000 in one session before. I haven't played it too much. I would like to play it more though. I think I'm. If there aren't any good 2-5 games while I'm playing, I'll hop into 2-2 PLO. It's almost always going at my casino. That is 3 miles from my house. Boston Encore Casino's 3 miles from my house. So let's see what we got here. Yep. Tony Dunst took us out of the 218 SC 6 max. Decimated our chip stack. He opened middle position, ace king off. Minimum, we jammed our pocket fours from the blinds. I think it was big blind. He snapped us off with ace king off. Flop was 6-5-2. We felt pretty good about it. I mean, we had a pair and a gut shot. Turn 5, didn't like it. Felt like we are going to get counterfeited the way we've been running over the last couple days. And then river, Barry Greenstein, ace. He knocked us down. And then a few hands later, we had 4 big blinds. We shoved ace king off. And Tony Dunst woke up with pocket aces. So, ambassador on ambassador violence. It was not very gentlemanly of him, but I don't fault him. All right, let's see what we got going on. Appreciate you guys joining us here. Joining me in the YouTube live streets. We are playing a 33 SC. Blinds have gone up. We've kind of held the same amount of chips as the blinds have gone up. We're now down to 13.4 bigs. Gonna be looking to play some short stack strategy. That feels marginal for one big. I'll flip a half in for a 5. 5-1 of my money, even despite the terrible hand. Not great, not great. All right. So I'm gonna be coming to. I doubt we'll get anywhere here. What hands can we lead turn if it checks through? No, it's fine. Fold. Hand like a 6, like if 6 came on the turn, we could probably lead. That'd be interesting. It'd be a double gut shot. Let's start bluffing. Let's see. Variance appeal is high. Yeah, I think you got to be. I think you got to play a little bit more conservatively to kind of fight some of the variance. It might cut some of your profits down, but I mean, if you got millions or, tens of thousands, you can just go wild and just play your normal game. 9.5. Ooh, this, if you study the charts in the G2 trainer hand, this is a fold. Feels like it could be a shove, but it's just a fold. Just a fold. King 7, King 8 offsuit is starting to be where you would start shoving there. 10 big blinds from the button, but actually the smaller kings like King 5, King 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are just folds there. 10 big blinds off the button. Out of the DQ. Good run, ASG. There'll be some more opportunities. Let's see. Triple T says, sometimes on Saturday nights I will play 1-2 NL because lots of drunks and newbies take advantage of. Yeah, that's smart. We've got 1-3 at our casino. It can be a pretty big game sometimes. Best time to play cash games, nights and weekends. Yeah, I would agree. The morning games can be pretty brutal. You're kind of stuck in between like 7 OMCs. I had a really aggressive table last night. I'll get the first vlog from the Bankroll X challenge. I'm going to be posting that by this weekend. Really aggressive players. Holy moly, 2-5. We were just fireworks in most spots. Even some young kids. There was like some 21, 22-year-old kids that were just 4-betting with like ace-5 suited and things. It was pretty wild. That's a good game. ASG says, basically I play hands that can make the nuts or big rundowns. Trick of profitability is to avoid difficult decisions on later streets. Yeah, I think that's a great point. He's talking about PLO. Can you bluff much in PLO, or are you pretty much going for value? I mean, I think no limit, you can bluff a lot more than PLO. Am I right in saying that, or learn PLO strategy? And the other question I would have is like, what sort of, do you make many adjustments from cash game PLO to tournament PLO? I know high-low is like a completely different mindset or strategy. 25K PLO day 3 on Poker Go. Ivy wearing the Win WBT. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, I gotta get that fired up. Gotta get my tablet going. So 9 big blinds. Not great. It's gonna fold that. Only half. Let's see. What does ASG says? Only half the time. Only time PLO is when I have a pocket pair that makes the nut straight. I like blockers concept, right? So what does he say? You should be able to bluff naked aces for flushes, but people don't fold enough. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, I think blockers play an important role there, like ace high flush blocker. I think they call it the blocker bluff, right? That's a great point with pocket pairs. That's a nice bluff. All right, let's see what we got here. Min raise open. We are playing off 9 big blinds. Ace jack off. Any roll here, just a flat? I think no. I think you just got to get it in. Yeah. Yeah, especially at 9 bigs, we got to chip up or go home, rebuy, one of the two. See if we can get one through. We'll take it down for 14.5 bigs. Wouldn't hate it. This person might call. Wouldn't mind a call either if they're not within the 3 bet there. Probably in my head. Maybe a king queen type of hand. Ace jack. Okay, same. Chop it up. Everyone loves a chop pot. Over 10 big blinds now. In tournaments, I play pocket aces much stronger pre than cash. Interesting. And I think there's a concept of strong aces or weak aces, like depending on how strong your other hand is, or the rest of your hand. 200. Oh, only 2 handed entries are PLO. All right, let's go. I've lots to learn in PLO. Definitely a later street player than pre-flop better. Yeah. I think it might be a nice game to really get into. Teach you a lot about poker. I think, you know, if you about aces. Yeah, aces apparently aren't strong PLO. It makes sense that they're not. Never play live PLO cash game or tourney. Oh yeah, you should try it, probably. Oh, you'd be good. Especially with your post-flop ability, you'd be really good at PLO, I feel like. One was a mystery bounty. I had one where I potted with 3 aces in my hand to try to take the pot down pre. But I've never done that in cash, yeah. I really like to play PLO tourney. I played a $600 buy-in at the Win PLO tourney. I was doing okay. Flopped a top set of 8s and a Poker Pro. Matt got that flush and got there. It was about a 45 big blind pot. Knocked me out. I've got very little experience in PLO tourneys. I mean, they just try to stick to no limit is my choice. All right. 10 queen off. A lot of chips committed there with 10 queen off. Good note to make. Queen 3 off. Weak hand. So 670. He's running about 950. It's another 1 hour of lay reg. I'm going to roll with this tournament. Even if we have to rebuy, let's see. P-up is nobody folds. Just can't figure out where to win with the nuts. Yeah, it's tough if everyone's in there. I find myself being a little too aggressive there sometimes. Just can't. Yeah, it's hard to be so patient on Club WT when so many people are playing PLO. I feel like I never know where I stand in PLO. Yeah, I think Club WT PLO is not good representation of what you'll see at the tournaments. I think people are tighter generally live than they're on Club WPT. One was a mystery bounty. I had one hand. Oh, that was, and you're talking about three aces. Yeah, that's wild. Cut off, and especially button. I can win a lot of hands, at least post flop. Threes. Limping with that. Threes. Feels good enough to go with. See if we can get some folds. If not, we're probably 50-50. All right, took it down. 13.3. Like IRL, the flop comes 2-2. In real life, if flop comes 2-2, nobody should have trips unless it's a ding there. But on club, yeah, club is tough, PLO. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Maybe the private stream team tournament Club WT this year at the Win, we can make half PLO, half no limit. That might be interesting. That would be an interesting twist. So I'm working on the getting the first Bankroll X challenge video with the twist video go up for the YouTube for the first vlog. So we announced earlier, Triple LT correctly mentioned. I think I want to pick your guys' brain a little bit, but we did the Bankroll X challenge last year. We got to $10,000 in 17 sessions. We announced that if we get to the $10,000 mark for the Bankroll X challenge twist this time, we'll in 16 or fewer sessions, we're going to give away a substantial prize. I'm trying to think what that will be. I'm wondering if I want at least a prime seat. I'm gonna say that, at least a prime seat, but I wonder, do you guys remember the prime packages? How much those used to be? I know the seats are $1,100. They used to do a $2,500 package. Is that what it was? With travel and everything? GPT. I think it would be tough, I think, to give away a package because legally speaking, if you're responsible regarding travel and all this stuff. Well, that's not, yes. Talking Stick doesn't, but it's like 500. South Point $100 PLO. Oh, that might be fun one day. I don't know what tournaments, but I found in cash that if you do half and half, no limit needs to be double the blinds of PLO for PLO to not drive all the action. Interesting. $2,500 Jason SDSI. That's what I remember. Yeah, $2,500. I think it was 25. Yeah, Triple T exactly. I think I won that at some point. Yeah, $2,500 package. Trying to think about what we will be giving away. I haven't fully decided. They'll have the $2,500 package for VIP Diamond POI. Nice. That's solid. What should I give away for the Bankroll X challenge once we get to $10,000? It's gonna be at least value of a seat, maybe more. Haven't decided yet. Open for suggestions. Trying to think of what we could do. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see, Ace 2, Ace 10, 4, 3, 2. Don't have a lot of reads on these players. I mean, you got 10 big. I got 10 big blinds. I don't really need a lot of reads for the most part. I know for sure that this player gets a lot of chips in pretty light sometimes. 10 big blind shove. Obviously a fold. Applebee's gift card, Jason SD. We got a prime rib. I love that. Funny story. Last night, let's see what Triple T says. Last night, playing on phone, Club WT while playing live tourney. Played hour and a half before I remembered it was high-low PLO. That's funny. I've done that before. Probably folded. Yeah, Ace Deuce, right? That's funny. Ooh, there's a premium with 9 big blinds. There's no amount of action we could fold to that. Let's see. Let's get a double here. I think this person's almost certainly limping in. It's not raising. Oh, fold. All right. Let's see what this person is gonna do. 14, yes please. Ace 10. So we're ahead. Hold hearts. Nope. Ace queen takes it. Let's go. Nice double. 20, 10 to 20. All right, we're back in there. No. Got a little bit of breathing room. Still want to keep really starting to chip up here. So 484 of 678. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ace queen. Played itself. Just had to make sure I clicked the right button. 8-8 versus 5s. Okay. 4 would be ugly. Oof. Brick wall. Okay, that's nice. 20. Off 20 bigs. Button. Let's just get a little bit of sugar in there. Min open. Jam would be interesting if they jammed. What would we do? That would be a tough spot. There's 6. I think we can play it. Gonna have a lot of ace type hands, a lot of pairs. That is interesting. Checks. I'm gonna check it back. I don't mind it. Oh, now we got showdown value. Okay, so maybe he's got a mid pair or something like that. Or an ace, maybe. Thought he's got an ace. Can I bet for value here? I think I can. I'm like pretty certain he doesn't have an ace. Let's bet for value. Jack's nice too. Oh, he can't have an ace. He would have bet. I don't know why he's checking 3 streets there. He 90%. Yeah, okay. Watched you play the other night when you took second. Wife asked if that is what goes through my head each hand. She said that sounds exhausting. It is pretty exhausting, man. Tournament poker, if you're thinking, trying to think on a high level. 98765. Close, but I think it's a fine open. These smaller pocket pairs don't perform very well off like 5 bigs. I want to fold most of them, but yeah, 10. Yeah, your wife. That's funny. Yeah, it is pretty mentally taxing. I mean, if you're really thinking through the strategy, and I mean, you can kind of go through the motions and play pretty well, but I was really locked in during that final table. I was really kind of trying to give it the best effort I could. Appreciate you guys being with me on that one. We just dropped our. Well, here's our trusty dusty little phone holder we picked up off Amazon. We gave it our all. We came a little short heads up. I think I underestimated that player a little bit. One critical mistake with pocket 5s into his pocket kings. Thought we played decent heads up. Most heads up matches actually. I mean, if you know, let's say you got a pro versus an amateur and you got 50% chips, the pro's only going to win like 65% of the time maybe. It's pretty hard actually to win in a tournament heads up. So I looked at Chris Mormon, who's easily top players right now. He it showed a graphic. His heads up record must be WSOP tournaments. No, it can't be WSOP. I'm not sure what they were. 12 and 12. I thought that was pretty remarkable that such a high level player was only 12 wins and 12 losses in his career heads up. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Locked in. That was impressive. Yeah. All the thoughts that were going through my head. It was exhausting. I had a lot A lot of brain power. Oh, that really weird trap hands he had that worked out for him. He won by far more than the majority of the hands. Yeah, wow, this is a weird 59 big blind jam. What would they ever be doing that with? Tens or jacks? They're scared, maybe? I don't know. Ace king. Strange. Ill advised. Yeah, Smithy says heads up is a whole different game. We don't get to play much. Yeah, on club you don't get to play much heads up, and you don't get to play much blind versus blind. Actually, if you really think about it, small blind versus big blind. Usually it's limped hands, multi-way pot. You're never really playing just small blind. Experience in that realm if you can. I've played a lot of heads up cash, which is not exactly like tournament heads up, but I feel like it translates pretty well. Similar concepts. Another way to get pretty good at heads up is actually just watch the World Poker Tour, all the footage they've got over the years of the players heads up, or you really pay attention to WSOP and see what strategies they're doing, and you'll get pretty good pretty quick. That's why I decided. Yeah, that's good strategy call there, Smithy. You can just take third. Cindy Spear, top player. She's a doctor from Massachusetts, Cindy Spear, that ended up winning the tournament you got third in. She won a WSOP ladies bracelet, I think about 2 or 3 years ago now. She's been on a tear since then, including taking out the Honorable Smithy Raj. Two local tournaments this year have gotten to the point that we always chop a heads up. I don't like that, the chopping heads up. It can make it can make sense financially from like a tax standpoint if you can. Ooh, what do we do with that hand? But um, I try to play if I can, unless everyone. Ooh, 14. Huh. It is best to play out the spots if you can, because when you get the opportunity to get to a big spot, a live tournament, and you're playing for $100,000, the best thing you can do is have had that experience. 91, the big ace nine, no aces. Ooh, three kings, full house, good clean living. Look at that. Wow, 75. Oh, big one. Wow, what happened? That was insane. 88. Marilyn Manson is a pretty solid player. I was playing some in the main event against that player. A little crazy, but pretty solid overall. I think I played okay heads up that 1 year Stream Team tournament. Yeah, but we already chopped up the cash, so less pressure. No, yeah, that's funny. My one PLO win was an ICM variance. I had so much. But heads up, I mean, one of the things really, most of the people that play the strategy, you don't want to, it depends on raise size, right? It comes down to like pot odds, but if they're raising to a normal raise size 2 or 2.5 big blinds, you pretty much want to be calling with 100% of your hands and then playing a lot post flop, and realize the ranges are so wide. So, like a second pair hand might be a really good hand, like the nuts. And then it gets to paying a lot of attention to what the player's doing and the tendencies, because the real way to exploit someone is just like the guy I was playing the other night. He was folding at least 50% of his hands, which definitely is not the correct thing to do heads up. Someone's raising to 2 or 2.5 big percent. So that was something I was trying to take advantage of with him. Let's see. Sunrun. Incoming here. Yeah, Smithy. Story of my poker life the last few years. Sunrun. Yeah, that was crazy to go from 10 to 20 to 77 big blinds, pocket kings, and like 5 people shoved all in. When does that happen? And then to flop a set, turn, full house. These are little tourneys, 8 to 12 folks. Oh, I see. Yeah, so you're not trying to make anyone mad. They just want to chop. That makes sense. 8 to 12 folks. Yeah, yeah, $25 buy-in. That makes a lot of sense. All in every hand is positive EV, heads up, FYI. All in every hand. Wouldn't recommend that. Positive EV, yeah, I guess. That's one strategy I've never thought about. It might be something to that. Especially if you got someone who's not that experienced, they're probably never going to call anything until they get aces, kings, or maybe probably ace king. I mean, hopefully they would adjust, start calling with some bigger aces and middling pairs. They should be doing if they're someone shoving in every hand, but. So let's see what we got here. 25,000 average chip stack. Largest chip stack is 141,000. Let's see what we have. I actually don't know because we're doing the big blinds thing. Let's try to. We have 44,000. Okay, 46,000. So it pays 254. Somehow we got up to 85th. And what's first place? 10,000. Seconds 5,000. I think we determined ninth place is $1,000. Oh, really good. So let's see what the action is. All in 16 big blinds. Nope. Let's keep running it up. This is a 33 SC daily. It feels similar level to the $22 SC 2-day. Similar kind of skill level. Let's see. That guy was heads up with Fox and approves. That's funny. Yeah, that guy, Seth Davies. Reminder, everyone please smash the like button. Appreciate it, Braulio. All right, let's get into a little bit of heads up action here. Blind versus blind play. 30 to 50 big blinds. You really want to play kind of, I almost think of like the Cold War. It's like pretty net neutral. You don't want to do anything crazy, especially out of position. Probably start bluffing now. Alright. Took it down. Just close to doubled up with ace ace. Have a similar stack to you. Are you playing in this tournament, ASG? Be fun if we got on the same table. Obviously, would be covering up my cards at that point. I got two bigs. Position 9 from a 6 raise. It would be a disaster here to 3-bet small and then get jammed on. It wouldn't be terrible. You just call it off, but this hand plays really nicely as a call. Stay balanced. The suited Broadway cards play really well here as a call, whereas offsuit hand I'd be more inclined to 3-bet. Like King Queen offsuit, I'd be more inclined to 3-bet. That's not us. Yeah, I think it plays better as a check here. We're gonna be looking to bet the turn if it checks to us again. Ooh, that's interesting. Oy. Now we'll probably just look to get the showdown. We have some showdown value. No spade. Any bet, we're probably out of there. Especially 3 ways if someone can bet. On that board, they almost certainly have a decent spade. I might call a river bet if no other spade comes out. We'll see. Especially if it's smaller. Alright, made day 2 of the 22-week 4 turbo for the Sunday. I'll start with 140k. Nice. Yeah, that's a nice stack. I made day 2 also. I have much less than that. Maybe a third of your stack, probably. Oh, ASG jumped into this one. All right, spin it up. Oh, you got the same as me, you said. I think it's just a fold. Push it 3 ways. Now learn the SD is San Diego. Yes, absolutely. Oh, raise. Okay. Feeling good about my fold. Trapping. Bet small too. Wow. Could that ever be a bluff? I guess it could be in theory. Good thing multi-way to keep in mind is just kind of good saying is like if you don't have it, someone else probably does. Like what's the odds that someone has a spade there? Pretty decent. I mean, not maybe 50-50, something like that, but you know, decent spade. Like not all spades there are created equally, obviously. Folding. Boom, 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 boom. Took me 4 bullets, so I'd like to finish in the top 100. Yeah, that's always an interesting concept. Just make a deep run, Jason. That's the same stack I had last week. You could get second place, run it up. Just play solid on day 2, and you definitely got a skill advantage compared to the field. So just play solid, and you're gonna make a deep run. Don't have to do anything crazy. When you have a skill advantage like you do in these fields, I try to remember that it's if I get in kind of a close spot where it's like sometimes you can just fold and find more equitable spots later on in the tournament. Now, if I'm playing a super high roller or something, then you might have to take a close spot, right? Because if you don't have a skill advantage, then you know not be willing to gamble. I mean, not just completely gamble, but if you got a marginal spot, you might just have to go with it. But um, this $22 SC like day 2 that you'll be playing in, you definitely have a skill advantage. So just keep that in mind. I need to pass on a close spot to look for more profitable spots later on in the tournament. Reminds last live tournament I won, that actually same thing came up. I think there was 160 runners total. We were down to the final 50. I had a spot where I could have value bet. It was like a 2 pair, but I had the sense that the really capable player could have check raised me and really put me in a tough spot. I just took the showdown value, but and ended up getting first, ended up winning the tournament. But I felt like I had a skill advantage on the field. Ace queen off, less than 88, down to 56. That's tough. You didn't even know the old red password for the free roll on Club WPT Gold. I do not, but I'd be interested to know that if you figure it out. Matt Savage told me what it was on the last one, but it was so fast it just ended. And so he's like, it's this, but it just ended. Remember last time when we were trying to figure out the password and I was like, let me message Savage. So then he got back to me maybe a half hour later and then the tournament was over. He's like, here, the password was All-Star or whatever. I forgot what it was. It was something like that, but yeah, it did us no good. Yeah, I don't even know anyone that's at All Red right now. We could try to get the password from. Anyone knows anyone at All Red right now, reach out to them. Maybe they'll share the old password. 2 minutes for late reg, 19 people in there. 2 minutes left for late reg, 19 people. Yeah, so this is a very exclusive tournament. I wonder what the prize. Oh, is this for gold? What are they giving away? What's the prizes? 3 places. What do they pay? Gold tickets or something or what? Last week on X, but it's because the tournament was going on. Didn't bring them. Pacers. Let's see, we got 3 tickets. Nice. To join ASG. Who else has gold tickets from our group? ASG does. Jason, does your wife have one? Am I correct in saying that? Who else? Anyone else know of anyone? What did Brad say? Let's see. They met it was streaming. We might be able to get the password. Oh, my wife does. Nice, man. Good luck. Yeah, Meta hooked me up with a password of a tournament. I ended up winning first in about maybe 160 or 180 runners. I got one of my packages that way. Thank you, Meta. I think Jeremy Clemens still has not forgiven Meta for that one. That was funny. What's the old saying? Loose lips sink ships. Oh man. Somebody gave out the Botez password in the chat once. Yeah, I heard that didn't go well. Hashtag canceled. King 7. I would like my cards back, please. So I do need to be cognizant of people that might be on the chat and in the tournament. Pretty rare with such a size field, but I'll keep in mind. I keep that in mind, especially as we go deeper. More likely going to cover it up. I've played with the 6-bet JS, 6-bet Jack 7. Pretty capable player. I played with them in the main event. Let's see. I wonder if I can see all the people in the chat. Let's take a look. I think I can. Let's see. Surely there's got to be a way to do this. Highlight video. Create highlight. Let's see what this does. Highlight saved to your channel as unlisted. 1 minute videos needed to start a highlight. Okay, interesting. Alright, 5-3 off. Stun bubbled 2 tournaments today, so it's been fun. Oof. Did you, were you thinking like Daniel Negreanu and thinking ICM was for poor people, or did you just have a huge spot you couldn't pass up, or just short stacked, or how did you stone bubble those 2 tournaments? Let's see, I think if I turn down the brightness just a smidge, might help us. Yeah, that's better. In the turbo, I think kind of ICM is for poor because I didn't want to go into day 2 with 4 big blinds. Oh yeah, I had jack. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do? 4 big blinds to check. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'm not trying to take 4 big blinds to a day 2, especially with jack. That's 10 of diamonds. I think that was a flush. My favorite hand ever right there. Jack 5 off. Alright, let's see. I think he had a flush, if I'm correct in saying that. Oh, no, he did not. He had a turn flush draw. No flush. But 8-10 of diamonds. What did the other player have? 6-5 of clubs. It's always good to pay attention to what hands people are opening from different positions. 10-8 of diamonds is a pretty standard open from the button, so nothing strange there. In the 11SC, I just wasn't paying attention. We weren't in the money and called off with Ace Queen of Hearts, and King 10 off got there. I mean, Ace Queen of Hearts, pretty good hand to call off with. Assuming whatever King 10 off you were jamming, Ace Queen Hearts was a good call. Sometimes you'll just get a little unlucky like that. Ace Queen Hearts dominating against King 10 off and just didn't get there. That's another tough one. How did you get down to 4 big blinds in that tournament when you had jacks? I hate getting below 6 big blinds. If I really try to do everything I can to not get under 10 big blinds. I mean, it happens sometimes, but just staying patient here. Early, not too long ago, I got down to 10 big blinds, found a double, got up to 20, And then got kings, and at least 4, maybe 5 people went all in. Went from 20 to 75 big blinds. So in the span of about 3 hands, I went from 10 to 75 big blinds. So there will be opportunities. I got a monster pot when somebody open jammed out of the gun. I had ace king off on the button. Out of the gun, had queen, queen, and held. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, standard. That makes sense why you got down to 4 big blinds. It's one of those spots. It's gonna happen. So what do we got? 43, 28, 15, 11, 14, 7. That's a tight player, most likely. 14, 11, or card dead. The main event the other day, I had Brian Green, 1 or 2 to my left. His stats were like 14-7. One point, I think they were 15-5. He is not that tight. He just was card dead. 32-19. First played with Brian Green on the Virgin Voyages World Poker Tour main event. Really neat guy. About 5 million in earnings. He hit me up on Instagram a few weeks back. He is I'd have to look at the exact name. It's like a casino golf club in Vietnam that he's like an ambassador for. And he was wondering if I was going to come over there and play. Seems unlikely, though I have been to Vietnam before, Hoi An, Vietnam, on one of these trips. I was actually working. Beautiful country. Obviously, we got quite a past there with Vietnam, but I encourage anyone to go to Vietnam if you get the opportunity. Really good golf, good poker. Number 1 Asian food in my mind. All the Asian food, Vietnamese, number 1 Asian food. Closely followed by Thai food and Japanese food. There are 651 left, Smithy. We're 126. Let's get to some stats here. So started with just under 2,000, 1944. 653 left. I'm 131. 292 make the money. Boom, 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 boom. All right, ASG's got 48 bigs on the break. Nice. Healthy stack. Stay patient. Stay aggressive. All right, I'm going to take a short 3-minute break. See y'all in a few. Get back into it. 30 seconds here. 30 seconds. Get situated. These breaks are pretty short. 5 minutes for an hour. Not bad. You got very little time. Grab some water. Grab an apple. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. ASG is running pretty deep also. Nice healthy stack. Triple T definitely going to have lots of the chips for December. Let's get back into it here. Ace 5 off. It's one of those spots. 3 big blinds. Weirdly large. Jam. Probably was gonna fold. It was close. I have to think about that a little bit more, but it's a very clear fold. I was probably gonna fold to the 3, honestly. Smithy, jump in there. Water's warm. 25 minutes left to lay reg. Maybe you'll get to sit at ASG's table, or my table. ASG says, love me some PHO. Correctly pronounced pho. Some American non-Vietnamese speaking people say pho, which can't fault them for, but correct pronunciation is pho. Also try banh mi's if you haven't tried that. They've got some really delectable food. Yeah, pho. There's nothing better than pho when you're multiple different times. Yeah, tempting Smithy. Water's warm, man. You're a crusher. You should be firing these. Oh, yeah, that's, yeah, Triple T. We do have the poker chips here. We'll have these for December. Ambassador poker chip. And the QR code. Bonus code Josh on Club WBT. I think you get like double whatever the, I think a free month or maybe 2 months, maybe. You get a little extra sugar for if you use code Josh. Let's see. Good time to lay red, Smithy. Water is warm. 33, you have a strong advantage on the field. The 33 SC would easily be one of the best players in the field. ASG, I want some rooster sauce. What is that on my banh mi? Is that a New Jersey thing? Rooster sauce? Never heard of it. Take your word for it. Alright, this seems like a nice opening spot from the cutoff. Ace deuce off. Jam. 10 big blind jam. Do we fold? It's gonna have to get some math going here. Oh, 3-way. Easy fold. Heads up. It was a decision. It's gonna be close. Heads up. 3-way. It's definitely a fold. 8s. Wow. All the 8s. I probably would have folded this, honestly. Something closer to like ace 8 off is definitely a call. Ace 5 off, probably I would call. Ace 8. Ace deuce 3 4. I'm probably folding there. It's pretty close though. It's not as far off as you'd think for 10 bigs. I almost had a big blind level increase. We're now down to 52 bigs. Gotta keep chipping up. Ace 6 versus 6s. 6s gets the double. Nice reshove there by 6s. Oh, Sriracha is rooster? Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, Sriracha. Never heard it referred to as rooster sauce, but that makes sense. This broke the guarantee. More sugar on top. Never a better time than the present, Smithy. Oh, no pressure. Fuka. 3-bet jams. Queen 8 suited, not recommended. 949 gets lucky with the queen. I love it when players who make speculative plays, if you could call it speculative, that's a nice term, get rewarded. You really got to pay attention to that because this player will be looking to give their stack away if they're 3-bet jamming Queen 8 suited in for 12 big blinds. That is a losing play. So we're going to keep an eye on opportunities to play against that player. Let me look at what that other player had. What was the name? Jojo something something. So Jojo the King had 10s. Yeah, standard play there too. Well, they did open to 3 big blinds. Another thing that we can pay attention to. It's a really strange raise size, 3 big blinds. Off such short stacks, but it's good to pay attention to what people are doing with different raise sizes. It kind of gives you a sense of what ranges they have when you're up against them. Especially if they start making deviations, if they're limping some, raising to 2 big blinds with some, raising to 3 big blinds with others. You can really start to narrow their ranges pretty quickly for anyone who's paying attention. King off. Limp. What a weird hand to limp. What a weird hand to limp, but can we exploit this player? Let's see. I think we're gonna jam. Like, what would he limp with that? I might call, but I'm looking just to take it down. Like, if you're off 12 big blinds and you limp 1, you must have a pretty weak hand if you don't want to jam that in. He's limping with 85% of his hands, so a lot of trashy hands. So we just paid attention there and made at least 3 big blinds just by taking a little spot there. This is a fold. Sevens, wow. 3 sevens, goodbye, ace 4. Alright. Be looking to get some chips from this player, 2 to my right. Fives. Very good hand. 2 players to my left. What's better? Jam? No, I don't love a jam. 24 big blinds in the small blind. I like a small open. Definitely would call the big blinds jam. If they elect to do that, small blind's a little trickier. 24 bigs. It's probably a call too, honestly. Flat. Okay. That's a terrible flop. We will c-bet. I don't know. It's not great. Probably could have c-bet there. I wasn't paying attention. We'll probably just like to get the showdown now. I think they got a lot of. Oh, that's a terrible card for. Yeah, we're doing nothing other than trying to get showdown. Ace deuce. Wow. ASG, how many bigs you got? I got 57. Smithy says Horrible play that a lot of people do. Hoping to see a flop. Low skill play. Ace two of hearts. Yeah. Yeah, I like a little bit more aggressive approach from the small blind. They had 25 bigs. I'm betting from the button. They should have 3-bet me. I think ace two of hearts is a nice 3-bet hand from the small blind at that effective stack depth. Against my fives, I would have called pre-flop. They should c-bet with a vast majority of the range. Near, not 100%, but close. Can I just flat here? 3 bigs is pretty big. Yeah, if you had a 3-bet there with ace deuce, I would have called pre-flop. Flop was queen 10, whatever. They should have c-bet. I would have folded, so they would have taken down a really healthy pot. That limp, just hoping to see a hand, is really poor strategy. You're out of position. You're against a pretty decent range. It's just a bad. You don't really have initiative. It's a bad play. Really, really bad play. Sevens just goes with it. Can't fold yet. 8 bigs. 18 there. What does 18 want to do? Fold? Alright. Fours. Da, 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 14. Gonna put me to the test. Might fold river if they jam, honestly. Probably just has a bigger pair. Yeah. Yeah, does someone really do that with 2 Broadway cards? I think probably not. If they got that play, good on them, but 5 sixes versus all the other hands, yeah. If they've got a triple barrel bluff there in that spot, good for them, but I think it's just a pretty standalone. Call, fold, I think is the right play. Ace Juice has lost a flip down to 22. All right. 38-23. Jack 3 off, get a walk, I like it. We're right on the predicted level for in the money. But of course, we're not trying to min cash. We're trying to chip up. 3 bigs. Off 25. Gotta play back a little bit. It's a weird spot. I think I could have 3-bet smaller, but this guy might be bullying a little bit. Big stack bully. You gotta sometimes just let him know that. Let him know that you are not playing around. One quick little. We're talking about small blind play. One little heuristic. I really like heuristics. I use them a lot in the medical field or in poker too. Here, if I'm sure most people know what heuristics are, but kind of an if this then that scenario. But small blind versus a button open, what I like to do is if we're deeper, I mean, we're only 30 big blinds effective, but let's say 60 to 100 big blinds effective. If we're deeper stack, what I like to do there is three bet what's called linearly. So sometimes you'll bet polarized, meaning a combination. A polarized three betting range is a mix of your absolute best hands, which are your top value hands like aces, kings, ace king suited, ace king offsuit, and maybe some marginal hands like ace five suited, nine eight suited, and then you're calling in between with hands like ace jack suited, king queen suited. That's kind of a polarized three betting range, whereas a linear betting range, three betting range, for example, small blind versus the button, say 70 big blinds deep, I can tell you for sure I'm just going to be three betting linearly, which means all the best hands in my range. And I like to make things simple. So if I'm small blind and the button opens, I'm three betting with the same hands that I would be if open raising from position 7 or the hijack. So if it limps to me in the hijack, if it folds to me in the hijack, I know generally what range of hands I'm going to be opening. 70, 80 big blinds deep, it's ace 10 offsuit, king jack offsuit, king queen offsuit, all the suited aces, all the suited nines, king nine to jack nine suited, starting to mix in some like 10-8, 9-7 suited hands. Now by position 7, it's all pairs, sixes to twos and higher, of course, and all the suited connectors and everything bigger, all the broadways. But so nice heuristic of small blind versus button, when to three bet or how to proceed. We're shallower, so a lot of the bigger hands actually play better now as calls from the small blind. Whereas if you're deeper, if you're 70, 80 big blinds, you want zero calling hands from the small blind versus the button specifically. But queen 10 suited is kind of a on the margin at 20 to 30 big blinds of whether you should three bet or call and try to realize your equity. I felt like I needed to kind of push back on him a little bit because I get the sense he's trying to do some kind of big stack bowling sort of thing. So I want to kind of let him know, hey, you can't run over me. That's part of why I decided to three bet there with a hand that's really good hand. Queen 10 suited. He's gonna be able to play post flop. Has a lot of post flop playability. Is ahead of a lot of his range. So that's just a small thing there on three betting from the small blind. Small blind versus button. So I think at position 7. So I'm just gonna. I don't know if that was clear, but what hands am I going to three bet from the small blind versus the button? All of the hands that I would normally open from the hijack if it was folded to me. Every single one of them, I'm just going to take every one of those hands and just three bet them straight off the top. And that's pretty generally applicable to 60 to 100 big blinds deep. When it starts getting shallower, you got to make some adjustments, but I think it's beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now. But then let's say the cutoff raises me and I'm in the small blind, the cutoff raises me. We both have 70 to 80 big blinds. I'm just going to subtract 2 more positions. So position 6, or what you call low jack, I'm going to take all of the hands that I would normally open in the low jack if it was folded to me, and I'm going to three bet all of those hands linearly from the small blind versus a cutoff open. This is specifically small blind response to a cutoff open. What hands are you three betting with? First of all, I'm only three betting or folding that deep, 70 to 80 big blinds, and generally 60 to 100 big blinds. So anything, if position 8 or the cutoff opens, I'm the small blind, we're both 60 to 100 big blinds, say 70 to 80 for sure. Then I'm just going to take all of the hands that I would normally open from position 6, which is the low jack, and I'm going to just three bet all of those. And then sizing becomes super important, right? You have to pick a really intelligent size. If you pick too small of a size, then king 8 off. Can we blocker? It's not, this is kind of getting into the concept when you get this short of like a blocker bluff. This is really not a great candidate, actually. It's got a little too much value. King 8, you usually want to use hands like king 4, king 5, king 6, and ideally you want hands that have a little bit more playability, ideally more if they're suited. I usually be using this play more from the small blind or big blind, but and you usually want to see them a little shallower stack. So it's a great play if you guys are both 20 to 30 big blinds, or if they're smaller. I did a blocker bluff in the main event the other day. I did about 4 or 5 of them actually, but I had one where I was about 27 big blinds in the button, and the hijack had about 17 big blinds. Her name was like Super Kitty. I wonder if it was Kitty Quo. I doubt it, but it could be. But anyway, she opened to 2 big blinds. I raised to like a little over 5 with King 6 of Hearts, and that player folded. Nice little. Never forget that once you get shallower too, you can still bluff. So King 10 offsuit, pretty weak hand, but position 8, nice opening. Nice hand to open. This is one of those, sometimes you can go a little bit, is an exploitative thing with sizing. I'm not gonna get too far into, but some of these hands these marginal hands, you can make it a little bit bigger sometimes. This player is 3-betting me a lot. Really weak hand. It's a big 3-bet size too. Monstrous size. 3.2. Yeah, just folding seems right. 25 bigs. Alright, ace 6 off. A little weak for an open. It's close from position 7 or the hijack, but at this stack depth, feels a little weak. Ace 8 off for sure would be open. Ace 9 off. Probably ace 5 off would be a decent one too. Ace 6 is one of your weakest offsuit ace hands. Obviously, ace 6 and ace 7 offsuit are weaker than ace 5. Well, that specific flop would have been pretty good. Waiting for rebuy stage, Smithy. Late red, 23.53. That's a nice, healthy number. 70,000 prize pool, 60K guaranteed. Smithy, are you in here yet? No, sad. How about ASG? I'm sure he's in here. $21K ASG, let's go, man. Run it up. What do I have? I gotta wait for it to go back. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. Less than 20 big blinds. Should I be taking ace 5 suited out of my open range? That's a great question, ASG. No, I open ace 5 suited from every position, 20 big blinds. It's still a great hand. It's got a lot of value. Its value changes. I mean, ace 5 suited is a lot of the pros call it like aces. It's like it's kind of a joke that it performs really well as like 3-bets. A lot of the pros deeper stack will mix in ace jack, especially ace jack offsuit, and ace 5 suited as 4-bets. They have a lot of characteristics which perform well as 4-bets in certain scenarios. Anyways, but ace 5 suited is still a great hand to open from any position, 20 big blinds deep. But you got to realize its value changes a little bit. I mean, the suited aces and suited connecting hands like 5, 6, 7, 6, 8, 8, 7 have a lot of value, mainly deep stacked, right? Because high implied odds hands, they can hit straights, sets, or sorry, not sets, but trips, 2-pair, obviously, flushes. Let's see, this is open. But just realize, it's actually, so the suited aces perform really poorly with anyone playing back at you, so any 3-bet, I'm almost usually folding for off 20 once I've opened. It also, they don't really perform well as 3-bets. Like, so if you're on the button and let's say middle position opens, it's just a fold for the most part. However, the suited aces, including ace 5 suited, which is the best one, obviously, when you're thinking of the low ones, ace 2 to ace 9, Ace-5 suited, and most of the suited aces perform really well as 3-bet jams from the blinds, especially from a late position open. 20 is a little rich. When you're thinking about a 3-bet jam size, you really want to be thinking of the ideal size is 7 times, 7x the open. So if someone opens to 2.5 big blinds, just say, for example, the ideal 3-bet all-in size is 7 times that, which is 17.5 big blinds. Anything between 5 and 10 times the opening size is still reasonable depending on the situation, but there's some scenarios where you might want to go bigger than that ratio, but ace-5 suited, it's actually pretty weak. I did actually discover I had a leak with ace-5 suited specifically. So I realized what I was doing. I was opening early position with ace-5 suited off, say, 15 to, anything, say 12 to 20 big blinds. And then a position like cutoff or hijack would shove for up to 15 to 20 big blinds. And found myself calling a lot. And I would just get shown ace queen or ace king or ace jack or tens every time. I mean, you're just so far behind that range. So usually you're going to be looking around, kind of looked at some of the numbers after I realized I had a big leak. Basically around 10 big blinds is kind of, from a pot odds standpoint, is kind of the cutoff mark. If you open ace-5 suited early position and a later position jams, you usually want the jam to be no more than 10 big blinds, or else you're 11 big blinds or more, for example, you can just fold because their range is definitely stronger than your ace-5 suited. And ace-5 suited doesn't perform very well against the hands that's jamming. Let's see. Sammy Lee. I'm getting seasick. What am I watching? Hey, buddy. Oh, man. Seasick. Where are you, in Galveston? Why are you getting so seasick? You're watching a live stream. Josh Keenan Poker, Salem Much EMD. World Poker Tour Club WT Ambassador. We are live streaming the 33 SC. SC just means dollars, basically, in gold terms. We are doing a live stream of a tournament, online, $33 buy-in. There were 2,359 entrants. We're down to the final 550 people. We're in 330th place. First place, roughly 12,000. Second place, 6,000. Yeah, we got a nice community in here. A bunch of crushers, mainly from the Club WT community. ASG, Smithy Raj, Braulio's in here. Jason SD is in here. Terry St. Peter, Triple T, welcome. Sammy Lee is one of my emergency room doctor friends from Texas. I think you taught me how to place a central line, if I remember correctly. Central venous catheter, which we have to put in some critically ill patients. I'm pretty sure Sammy taught me how to do a central line. Sammy's also a crypto investor and heavily involved in a group I run called CFE, Continuing Financial Education. We talk about personal finance and investing for doctors so we're not so terrible with our money. He's heavily involved in that group. Good dude, good people. Yeah, sorry for the seasickness. I do have a phone mount for some stability. This is actually as you can tell, kind of after the fact, low quality stream. I just kind of wasn't planned, I just kind of jumped on all of a sudden. I was playing against one of the other ambassadors. Going forward, I'll have more of a professional stream where we have it up in Streamlabs and it'll be steady. We'll have card protectors and the like. This is kind of a last minute decision. So, and first time ever, I've actually gone live on YouTube Live on my poker YouTube channel. So thanks for hanging in there with me as we got a great group here talking a little bit of strategy and trying to make a deep run in this tournament. ASG says I have 25K. Thank you, good sir. 1,200 times 20. That sounds still to be pretty accurate. 21 bigs for ASG, so we both have a similar stack. Hey, Sammy, why don't you you can prescribe yourself some like Dramamine or something, right? Scopolamine. Let's see. Smithy says, I'm not. Big work morning tomorrow. Good luck, buddy. Got a project you're working on? Smithy says, Ace 5 suited gets more towards the shove as you approach 15 big blinds. You're talking an open shove or a 3-bet shove? Try not to do any shoving anymore with 15 big blinds. I really have found another leak in my game where 15 big blinds, maybe positions 9, 8, and 7 button cutoff hijack, you're starting to get into some shoves at 15 bigs, especially weaker hands like small pocket pairs or those weak offsuit aces that don't perform very well post flop. Those are really about the only hands you want to be shoving for the most part, because I mean, if you have a value hand, let's say you have ace king, you kind of disincentivize people to get in there with you. It's decent to take down the pot and then kind of put people to a decision, but all right, doubled up. Ace jack off versus ace 10 of hearts. Good hand. Clean living. I would take an ace jack off right now. Open shove, 15 bigs. Yeah, maybe later position, in position 9 or position 8. Definitely don't be shoving ace 5 suited middle or early. 15, just to open for 2 bigs is fine. Ace 5 shove, usually MP onwards. I would challenge you on that a little bit. I think if you looked at the numbers, you would be sad if you're shoving ace 5 suited for 15 bigs, middle position. You're really only getting called by better. You start getting into the prime and higher levels, people are really good at calling with the appropriate ranges. On club, probably not as much, or these free rolls, or even on probably this 33, probably get away with it. It's probably slightly profitable, but really, as you start to get live, and also, for as an example, ace queen offsuit from early middle position, is that a shove? Who here would go? Let's say you are under the gun +1 or under the gun +2. You got 15 big blinds. You got ace of hearts, queen of diamonds, 15 big blinds. Are you gonna shove all in there? ASG says ace jack offsuit was a called 3-bet shove. Meaning you 3-bet shoved and they called with ace 10 hearts? No, I think you opened ace 10 of hearts, shoved, and you called with ace jack off. Is that right? Seems like a nice play. Pretty solid play. Tough call. I think some people fold there, but it's a good call. Winning call. I opened, they shoved. Yeah, exactly. Nice. How many big blinds did they shove effectively? Like 15 or 20? Like a full double? Jack 10 suited, ace queen off. 15 big blinds shoving most of the time. Yeah, LOL. Yeah, that's how I used to play. I'm getting away from it. Let's see. I think pros would jam here in this spot, honestly. Jack 10 suited against this specific action. I don't have it in me yet. I think you can navigate. Full double, they had like 10 big blinds more than me. Wow, ambitious jam from ace 10 suited. What in the... That is weird. This is going to be a monster hand. Limp, 3-bet, min, that 4-bet jam. This is ace king. This is like monster hands. I'm glad I didn't jam the jack 10 there. It would be sad. Kings, exactly. Yeah. That's never not kings or aces. The limp jam. Such a weak play. We were having some discussions about this scenario. Limp under the gun, and then a back raise or jam or whatever it is. Kings or aces 90% of the time. Such a weak play. It's so face up. But he got the ace queen in there somehow. Would have lost me. He would have won a lot for me, actually. Let's see. What do we got going on here? 1-1. 2.5. 2.5 jam. All in for nothing. Oh yeah, this is weird. So multi-way. I think I'll just fold and live to fight another day with 12. We can still do some work. Ace queen off. 15 big blind, shoving most of the time. Yeah. I think that yeah, ace king suited to a lesser degree. Only 4 combos of ace king suited where there's 12 combos total of kings and aces, so just strictly speaking numbers wise, I think most people will open ace king suited where they do that weird limp jam or limp re-raise early, pretty face up. Then you kind of win a 4 big blind pot with aces, and you're sad. I'm never calling there. And people just don't have a balanced range there. It's always aces or kings. Like, are you ever doing that with a weak hand like ace 5 suited or 9-8 suited? I doubt it. Gotta get rid of that play out of your game. Ace jack. All pretty standard stuff there. Sixes and 12 big blinds. Oh, Jojo. 12% PFR. Hey. Don't love this spot. Let's see what I gotta do here. It's a jam or nothing. I think it's just a jam. I'm gonna have better. You're gonna get shown better here a lot, but should be a flip if called a lot of the time. Pretty standard jam spot here. Calls it. Took a while. Queen jack off. Sad 6. RIP. No clubs. Good run us. Call with queen jack off. Oof. Yeah. Sad. Sad family. Alright, take it down, ASG. Gotta win flips to win tournaments. We did not win a flip there. And we're out. Let's see, 11:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me just take a look here, see what else we got going on. Just gonna look at the lobby real quick. See if there's anything. 110 nightly turbo. That's interesting. Could mess around with that. High roller bounty is coming on. I do have a ticket to that. There is the 100 SC Gold Rush Sunday Deep Stack Feeder. Interesting. That is a Sadie. Camp Forever, first place. We know that name. Top 5. Oh, that's okay. I'm not gonna play that. 55 heads up. 22 SC, 218. Yeah, there's not much going on here, honestly. There's a 110 nightly turbo, 20,000 chips, 250 bigs. It's going to be a nice tournament. 10K for first, only 177. Let's hop in that one. Keep it rolling. Let's do that. All right, so I'm just going to hop straight into this. This is a $110 buy-in. Nightly turbo. Everyone's got about, don't recognize any names. Spam as meat. That's funny. Alright, so let's see what we got here. 40 bigs. So we have 231 runners, 105 of 178 left, pays 35, 110 SE, 50K guaranteed, prize pool is exactly 50K, first place 10K, and 1K gets down to 9th place. Not a bad little tournament. Spam is meat. Debatable. Ooh, 30 bigs. 2. Man, Limp Fest. Can we squeeze 18%? Feels close, family. I was like a call, navigate. Picked up a lot of equity there. Got shots. 9 bigs. We don't have any diamonds, back doors. see what the action is. 2. We can continue for 2. Gut shot hunt. We are also check raise is not great. A lot of your gut shots you want to be check raising from the big blind. It's better 1 versus 1, 7. That's not great. What a weird line. Open, check, whatever. It's like two pair, something just a jam. Yeah, we're out of there, obviously. King, queen. Oh, king with a diamond. Oh, wow. Flush gets there. Weird line. I kind of like that line. Top pair with diamonds. Well, the only problem is there you get the only action you get is from better hands already, and so you're basically turning your top pair with a good draw into like a bluff, which is not great. I think you kind of got to be more patient there. That's not a very good play. Not a winning play. Yeah, I don't think I would ever do that. I guess I probably not opening king 3 suited that early either. So it's a good note to make. Ace 10 off. So I think would we have gotten? I think if we would have jammed there, pre-jam seemed. I think there's some roll there in GTO land if under 40 you did jam there with an ace 10 specifically. I think we would have gotten folds because the only hand that king 3 suited definitely is folding. We had king queen off, almost certainly they're folding too. Yeah, so that's interesting. Might have had some potential there. Alright, Jason SD, take it easy, buddy. Alright, triple T's out too. Good night, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Probably want to see if the flop was an ace, but then back chance. What is it? SG says suck queen queen once today with that limp rear raise or limp jam. Yeah, usually aces or kings. Sometimes probably equally queens and ace king suited. It's never a weekend though. It's such a face-up play. Good night. Oh, Jason SD is still hanging in. I love that. Say good night to Triple T. Good night, Triple T. I think we need to give away a few more seats to the Club WPT Stream Team tournament. I'm gonna give away a few more here. So I'm trying to think how we can do that. I think Sunday. Let's see. I'm playing 3 tournaments Sunday. Playing the day 2 that Jason SD and others have mentioned. Then that's at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, and then at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm pretty excited about this one. It's a $2,100 high roller that I satellited into. Right now, there's only 47 runners or something like that. First place is over 80,000. So I might look to stream there and look to give away some seats to the Club WT private stream team tournament. I think that'll be the plan. I'll figure out how to give some seats away there. I guess Braulio will be streaming. That's Sunday, so we can figure something out there too. I am playing the main event also at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday night, but I'm not going to stream that. I'm really just going to get focused and locked in. I'm not, and so that's fine. 3, that's a big open. Yeah, this feels close. Probably better as a raise than a call, but also not trying to commit that much. I'd have to make it something like 11 or 12 to even think about getting full equity. That's a bad play. This is like similar. 5-6 suited, 34 bigs is way weaker than if you got 80, 100 big blinds. Anything above 100 big blinds, I really go out of my way to get involved with suited connectors. Some of the biggest hands I've ever had on the World Poker Tour early on in day 1 has been with hands like 7-6 suited, for example. So this is a nice ISO spot. So this person, 4 might be a little big, but I like 4 usually more than 3.5 with this size. But so this person's splitting their ranges, right? So they just opened 3 big blinds, which is huge. But you see they're putting 63% of VPET, but only raising 20%. So this limp they have is a weak hand. So we are bloating the pot. Not bloating the pot, but raising it up. And we flop a premium. 6. Now we can get some value from middle pairs, flush draws, weaker queens. Like if someone has a queen jack, this person here that limped in big sump and just jam. I think it's gonna be really few twos. They should have some queen. I'm calling for sure. Hold on, let me make sure I can find my call. Yeah, call. Don't have a 2. Yeah, there we go. Queen jack. That's nice. No diamond. Good hold. Yeah, that's a nice ISO raise. I really like that play. It performs well. So just went from 30 some to 65 bigs just on that one play. ISO raise is something, if you guys aren't doing that much, you really gotta incorporate that more. And pretty much anytime you get the chance, anytime you see a limp, a nice way, like a nice heuristic or just a simple if then that is, if you have if someone first of all, you got to think of the 2 different types of limpers. There's tricky limpers, which is not most of the limpers. I'd say more than 90% of limpers are just limpers like this person, big samp that are just splitting their ranges. They don't feel confident enough to put a raise in, so they're just limping with really weak hands that they want to try to see a flop with. And so anytime someone does that to you, raise, ISO raise. You got to know the sizes, right? So 35 big blinds effective, somewhere 3.5 is probably correct, but 3.5 for 4 big blinds. I usually like to go a little bit bigger. If you're deeper stacked, if you're like 100 big blinds effective, you can make it 5 big blinds total off a 1 big blind limp. You can really start to punish people with sizes too if they never fold. If you really run into a calling station, just make it 6.5 big blinds maybe, or something like that. So that's not standard, but you'll run into some spots like that. Let's see, what do we got? Any comments in the chat? That's not 6max bounty, is it? This one? No. This one. Oh, you're talking about the 2100 high roller. I don't think so. I think that is a full ring event. Either way, I like both formats. Probably at that level, I would probably, that buy-in level in the player competition is, I'll probably like a full ring a little bit better. I'm a little more versed. But 6max is an interesting concept, a little bit different gameplay style. 6max is, a little bit wider ranges, a little bit more aggressive for the most part. Let's see, I got king out of the gun. Got a taker to my jam on turn with the king spade flush, king of spades flush draw, and river to king high straight flush. Nice. Let's go. That's awesome. Yeah, I think if you're coming from club to PT and you're starting to play live, you'll see a lot of limping at prime level. I think if you get a chance to play a main event, you won't see much limping. I'd say 90 to 95% of people don't ever limp from an open. But at the prime level, you'll see some limping, but that's a nice way. Usually if you're coming from club WT and you're looking to be profitable, competitive live, you really want to ramp up the aggression just a little bit. And a nice way to do that is these ISO raises. You face a limp, you can raise it up with your value hands. ITM, 39 BBs. Let's go. ASG in the money. Now spin it up. Let's get a final table going. Get a nice little double there. More than double. Went from just a kind of sad little starting stack, someone just jumping into a healthy stack. So 39. Says 42 now, but 44 in the money. So we are there. Let me see. I missed what hand that was. Let me just see what spam is meat out there. Very important to start paying attention to these spots. That is ace-3 of clubs. Pretty wide player. Ace-3 of clubs is a fine open, but whatever he opened before, king-3 of diamonds or king-2 of diamonds, really wide. Here's a weird spot. So 25 bigs, 28 bigs. Normal opening size is 2 to 2.2 bigs. He opens 3 though, so folding a lot of hands here. 2-7 offsuit obviously, but even hands I would normally call it 2 big blinds, I'm just gonna fold at 3 big blinds. They're basically saying they should have the top part of their range, and you're just not gonna realize your equity with these like marginal hands that you can normally call with for 2 big blinds. You just get to fold at 3 big blinds. So let's see. Who's that? Steesty. Interesting name. Big mozzarella. Spam is meat. Debatable. Little leaf. Nordic player. Poitin. I played with this player. Tough player from what I remember. Big Stamp is pretty weak so far from what I've seen. Fold. So we're going to look to run it up here. Another 53 minutes of lay reg. Lagavulin, second place. That's a tough player. Oh, there's MP3. Club player. Really tough player. MP3. Club WBT. See if there's any other names we notice. Alan Yeating. I played that one before. Played that player. Let's see. Schaefer. These 2 diamonds. Nice flush. Tony Versace. Poitin. Tough player. Got 8-4 of diamonds on the button there. Salem Witch. 38,000. Fat Goat. I think that's a pro player. Alright, 2.2, 8.8. No, thank you. Lagavulin is scotch. Yeah, I know Lagavulin, the drink. Not a fan. I don't like Lagavulin. I do like scotch, but not Lagavulin specifically. That's almost a scotch. Yeah, Lagavulin is a scotch. Yep, my wife's dad got me interested in scotch about 5 years ago. I'm almost not a PD guy. Yeah. Could go for a scotch right now. I generally don't imbibe when I'm playing for real money, so you rarely will you be seeing me do that. Club WPT, some games maybe. Yeah, Lagavulin is Islay, yeah, PD, yeah, agreed. I don't like it. It tastes like I'm eating the leftover char from like a campfire. It just doesn't jive with my taste. So 3 big blinds, another strangely large raise size. Big mozzarella. The flat from the button. What hands could you do that with there? Well, first of all, I realize it's a bigger raise size, 3 big blinds. So you want to fold a lot. I'd probably do that with like king queen suited, ace jack suited. Some middling pocket pairs. 8s is really nice. Snap call. So that's a timing tell. I don't know if you guys saw that. Bet 5. This person snap called. What does that mean? That means they're interested in. They're automatically done what's called cap their range. If you have a set of 9s there, do you snap call like that? Does it take time to think about? No, I mean you have a set, you're gonna consider Queen Jack. Wow. Queen 6 2 pair. King Jack just bluffs it off. Oof. Yeah, that quick call. Really try to standardize your guys' timing on every situation. I usually go for about 10 seconds on the shot clock. Live, I really standardize also, but that quick call, that quick snap call like that is such a tell. It's hard to get reads online, obviously, but that snap call is not a very strong hand. 18, that feels reasonable. I mean, small blind is never strong there. This feels like a squeeze. I'm just gonna stick it in. Help small blind fold. He calls. Ace king. Interesting. Hold. Hold. 5. Yes. Let's go. Big hit. Big. Sevens. Let's go. So interesting. Wow. 10-8. What did that guy shove in there? 10-8. I knew that player was just a disaster. Look at this play. 10-8 offsuit. 18 bigs. So that's a nice, I don't know if you guys saw that. It's kind of an aggro play by me. Not aggro, I think it's just a standard aggressive play. So I raised 2.5 off, I don't remember, 60, maybe 50 some. Yeah, 50 some. This person flats from the small blind. That tells me they don't have a, I mean, are they going to flat there with aces or kings? No. They could if they're a really high level player, but 9 times out of 10, no. Ace king, I guess we saw it there, but usually you're not going to see ace king there. Usually it's more marginal made hand that they usually fold. And then he shoves 18 big blinds in. I could tell by the way he was playing that I'm ahead of that range. I'm already, you know, kind of priced in. One of those middle 7s, 8s perform really well against those jams. And then, so the decision was never folding, right? So it's call or jam. I took a like kind of exploitative play. I decided that small blind range was pretty capped, right? They didn't 3-bet. They just flatted my 2.5. So at best, ace king off. But are they? I guess they, in theory, they could have some middling pairs there, like 9s and 10s. But once again, it's really rare you're going to be up against a bigger pair if you have a decent pair. It's just fact of the matter. So I decided jam was good there. And he just so happened to have ace king, which, you know, you're still above 50% against that specific player. 10-8 off was ambitious. It was interesting that it was actually 50-50 against that player. Overall, I'm like something around 40% equity against all of those players. Nah, a little less, maybe 30 something. But we held, we got there. Now we're 127 bigs off, yeah, 6th place. I think that was a pretty aggressive play, but I really like that kind of, when you have the initiative and someone has a capped weak range, your pre-flop, it's a nice place to exploit. So I jammed there. We're only 50 some bigs, so it was close. Probably better around 30 or 40. 50 something is still probably okay. Above that, it's not good. 60 plus is not good because you're just gonna get hands that have like hands like 9s, 10s, jacks that for weirdly flatted. The small blind, they're just going to call. There's a hand like that I can think of from the World Series of Poker main event final table, I think 2 years ago with Stephen Jones. Got in a weird spot like that with jacks, I think, versus kings. Let's see, Lagavulin Scotch. Yeah, back to the Scotch discussion. Lagavulin Campfire. Anyone out there like, I believe it's pronounced Islay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Islay, Islay Scotch. Definitely not a fan. I got a friend who's a big Lagavulin Islay fan. It's a region in Scotland, of course. They've got a really peaty Scotch. Snap call feels straight draw. Yeah, straight draw or, yeah, a lot of draws, I think, on the snap call. Or marginal hand, often a one pair, kind of weakish hand, often, plus the draws, like you're saying. 110 at 312, 34 bigs, let's go. 10-8 was tilting that his bluff didn't get through. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. That was a lighting money on fire type of play with 10-8 offsuit. 18 big blinds. You guys ever see me do that with 18 big blinds with 10-8 offsuit? You can, I don't know, think of some sort of punitive measure. So we got one more minute here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go look at one thing just for a few seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to leave that there. I'll be back in 5 seconds. All right, so back into it. All of a sudden, I have a nice stack here. A real good chance to make a deep run here. 6 of 200. Let's play for first. 127 bigs. Let's see, we got fold 88,000. Okay, 6 bigs. Da da da, 6.5 bigs. Pretty weak range in theory. Especially that player, they're pretty wide. I'm gonna like to get involved with spam is meat. Down to 8 bigs for spam is meat. I feel like Daniel Negreanu was. There was a bit he had about spam is meat going on. I wonder if this is a pro player potentially. All right, we canned. Even 20 bigs, yeah, fold. I really get to fold that hand with 2-9 offsuit. We call the death triangle down there. If you look at a chart, that's one of the absolute weakest hands. Jack 3 offsuit. Similar, terrible hand. Let's see where we're at though. So we're 40 big blinds effective if we get to blind versus blind play. If we were, just gonna let that one go. Look to get involved blind versus blind, but another weekend. 10-6 off. Alright, let's take a second to play all suited, but I just folded to a raise to 2 big blind from under the gun. Let's see, what did you say here? ASG, you said another pros typically play all suited, but I just folded to a raise to 2 big blinds from under the gun in the big blind with 2-4 hearts. How many big blinds did the opening raiser and how many big blinds did you have? What was the effective stack? That's what really matters. Ten eights, 2 pair versus 1 pair. 2 pair wins. Easy money. I had 34 and 31. Yeah, that's a fine fold, I think. Yeah, it's a weird kind of low middling stack too. It's those weaker suited hands don't perform that well. I think you fold those. I think that's fine. Those are probably break even if anything. So if you won't tell me you want to fold those, I think that's fine. That's great. If you're 60 big blinds or deeper, you should just call with all of your suited. And then weirdly, once it gets shallower again, like under 20, it kind of there's like a bimodal distribution. But that middling kind of 20 to 60, I think it's fine to fold to your weakest suited hands like that. I would probably, it's like a very small point, but 2-4 suited is can make some straights and wheels at that. Although it does interact with an ace that a lot of people have, so a hand like 2-6 suited is probably a better one to fold than 2-4 suited, but that's a small point. 2-2. We got a 3-bet here. What do we want to do? So nice little squeeze size. 33. Ripper. 4-bet rip. 33. That's a pretty and a back and a call. I need a second to think this one over, family. All right. Probably a fold is my immediate thought. Let's see about pot odds too. That's another important thing to think about. I gotta call 26 more to win 93. I also hate three-way all-ins for what it's worth. Under the gun, this is a really strong range too. 4-bet jams and calls it off, and he doesn't know what I have. He's gonna have. I gotta fold. Gotta absolutely fold. Could have been closer, more interesting thought process if this player folds. But yeah, definitely just could fold. Wow, look at those hands. Tens, jacks, queens. The random number generator is broken. Let's see. Birds are not real. Let's see. 6-4 off. It would have been a more of an interesting thought process if the under the gun raiser folded. I think I probably lean fold there. 34 big shove, 4-bet shove, especially facing the under gun raiser. Just like jacks plus pretty much. Range and tens does not perform well against that range. So if it was a smaller raise, like relative, maybe about 26 more. If you're against competent players and they're 4-bet jamming 33 bigs, that's usually. I really like this hand. Let's see, how many big blinds does everyone have? Let's go 2.5. I love that jam. 10. Calls there too. I'm gonna punish him. Wow. King, let's go. No 10, no 9. Let's go. Big hold. Big spot. Nines just calls it off. Wow. Big hold. Are we a chip lead? No, second? Okay. Take it. It has a weird flat. Felt like a lot of middle pairs. You guys saw the action that nines hand. Technically, every play he made was probably not a losing play, but it's such a marginal spot. I think in live tournaments, I usually pass on spots specifically like what he had going on. It's close, but let's see what we got going on here. I don't know what we do with this hand. Aces. Alright. That's pretty interesting. 5. I think we can just raise small. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. 2. Jack's nice. Let's go. Chip leader. Second. Let's go. Spin up continues. Run good. Wow. 141 bigs. Alright, quickly into another hand here. Queen 7 off against. Let's see what they want to do. See if they want to have aggro they want to. This is a close. God, there's a lot of different strategies you can do with this. 20 bigs, 21 bigs. 9-10 off. Alright. They had 34, they had 31. I was expecting a smaller pair than nines. Yeah. An interesting spot. Alright, let's keep it going. Fine open here. Probably go a little bit smaller, honestly, 2.2. 2.5 is fine though. Yeah, 21. Good jam by that player. Have to stay aggressive. 2 of 209. Tams is back. That's a tough, solid player. I played a lot with them. All right, 53 in the money. Always be cognizant of number one. What is your position in the field chip stack right now? I'm basically effectively a leader, but second, third of 210. Definitely gonna have the biggest stack at the table. Look at that though, 102 bigs. So big stack there. What position you are in the field and also where you're at in the tournament. So 57 the money, there's 200 some left. So we can think about starting to be big stack bully a little bit, but we've got to be cognizant of another big stack here. John Jawanda said a big stack is to be coveted. He was talking to, I believe it was, I think he was talking with Jonathan Little about how to play big stack strategy. John Jawanda said he doesn't really change much actually, because it's a big stack. You got a big stack. A lot to be said about that. But you can get a lot of players these days are good at exploiting a big stack if the big stack really opens up their play. ICM and near the money is different, but just if you're still in the middle stages of a tournament like we are now, a little bit of a different ball game. I watched a really unfortunate situation at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. I think he was the day one chip leader, and I sat with him middle of the part of day two before we got to the money. He was still the chip leader. He had over 1 million in chips when I think I had like 50,000, 70, 80,000. Opening every single hand, calling every raise, calling most jams. He might have min cash, but I think he actually busted out. Interesting flop. Marginal made hand on a really scary connected wet board out of position. Gonna be looking to be passive here. Let's put a 10 of diamonds out there. Nope, that's terrible. We are doing nothing here. But as big a chip stack as that player I'm talking about had, he probably should have been close to final table is kind of what my thought was at that time if he would have played it smart, but I could just see how he was playing. He really opened himself up to get rid of his big stack, which he quickly did. You could tell I really didn't get a chance to mix with him. He was about 4 to my right. But you could tell that he was an amateur player and very likely might. Wow, ace 4. So yeah, so I don't know. I'll change up my play if I'm big stack like I am now. Look, a lot of it's player dependent too, table dependent, how other people are playing. If everyone's clamming up, you can really start running them over. But if you really just start opening up your game, and everyone else is playing their normal strategy, you're basically just exploiting yourself. Now, when you're on the money bubble, that's a whole different ball game. I love ICM dynamics near the money bubble. It's a fun specific strategy. So they're pretty short, aren't they? So 33-18. Crap, just lost half my stack. 7s to 10s. That's brutal, man. Spin it back up. Go on another sun run. Let's see. Can I ever 3-bet here? I think I probably could. Some, but we'll take a flop. You're not dead yet. How many? You got what? 20 big blinds now, or what? A little less. Let's see. Put it in the group chat. Just made a flop that may be supposed to be easy fold. Hold on. Let me see something. That's a fold for me. Let's see. Let me go back. So. Expecting smaller. I just made a fold that may be supposed to be easy, but I'm not sure. Put it in the group chat. 12.6. Good luck. Small short stack strategy. Look for lots of shove spots. What was the hand? Do you mind running it by me real quick? I don't have time to look at the chat. Maybe it made a fold that maybe is supposed to be easy. If you need to focus on your spot, though, don't worry about it. Let's see. This is probably just a call. Try to look to flop well. Some back doors. Probably too early to start bluffing. Yeah, just check one. Probably okay to start betting there on the flop. Some, but not always. Yeah, I don't love that. Probably missed a bet there on the flop, honestly. Especially without the back doors. I could have then barreled the turn. That would have been probably better. MP calls, another MP takes it 2. Hijack makes it 10. I have 8-8 on the button, 30. MP calls, like limp calls, or MP calls, another MP makes it 2. Okay, so limp, and then ISO to 2, is how I'm reading that. Hijack makes it 10. Pretty strong hand. I have 8-8 on the button with 30. Ooh, don't love it. Yeah. It's close with no other information. I think it's close. 10. Yeah, 10 and 30. I think it's just a fold. It's not great, but yeah, it feels like a fine fold. Yeah, if you're deeper, like 60, start to like a call. But and depending on with no other information on the player who made it 10, it could be anything from a fold to a call to a raise or a jam, depending on, if he's doing that with every hand to 10, like could be a jam, nice spot to jam eights, but against population, I think it's just a nice fold at 30. Especially if he's somewhat competent. I mean, he's going to put you kind of in the blender on a lot of flops, and then you're just tough spot. Yeah, because you only got another 20, and there's 20 some in the pot. You got, one SPR, and that's not great. Marginal hand without the betting lead. The range, yeah, your player has a little bit of a range advantage. If they're a confident player, it's like a weird split, because if players are ISOing like that and they're not competent, if they're new to the game or tight, then that just means they're going to have a super strong range. But if they are more competent and pretty well studied and have a wider range, that's still not good, because they're still going to understand flop dynamics and really put you into the blender. So it's just not a good situation against anyone you're really playing against. Okay, limp to 10. Yeah. 10 is 28 of 13. 28/13. 10 is 28/13. Yeah, didn't feel good. Pretty clear fold. One of those spots you hate, because it's like, hate to fold pairs like that, but oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, makes sense. Yeah, sorry, I had a brain fart. 28/13. That makes sense. All right, ace 9 suited. Not doing anything other than opening. I think, yeah, choosing opening size here is actually pretty important. I think what I'm going to start doing is going to 2 big blinds. If you make a smaller opening size, in practice, what it means is you can have a wider range. And as the big stack, that's often what you want to do. And that'll allow me to get more bluffs in and start playing a little bit more poker. If you start making a bigger raise size, that's not a very good turn card. 6-7 though. I don't think I can stop betting. A lot of diamond draws there. Just gets there. I'm pretty sad. Just folding most situation. 10. 10 into. Let's think about this for a second. Could have barreled clubs, pair plus draw. Now he's bluffing for tiny. I think I'm just gonna have to pay it off if he's got diamonds. Yeah, I'll probably just pay it off. I think he's got a lot of pair plus draws and even turn clubs he's getting there. I'm just trying to represent. If he would have gotten bigger, like 2/3 or something, I think I'm just folding. But he's got diamonds a lot. But I realize that. Yeah, but he's also got stupid things like 7, so just pay him off. If he would have, like, put me to the test with like a pot-sized bet, would have been more of a decision. But for a weird lead quarter or fifth pot, whatever he did, it was just a side call. I hated it. I mean, but it's a weird weak bluff. I'm never folding that. All right, let's see. This is terrible. All right, SD's out. See you, Jason. Say hi to your wife for us. Good luck this weekend. Run it up. Get a gold ticket too, Jason. You gotta join Lana. All right, let's see. Doubled up. Night, buddy. Sleep tight. All right, let's see. Doubled up. Lost a few hands. I entered a 1T. And entered a 16 big blind. Doubled up and lost a few hands. I entered a 16. You're battling. Min raise MP. Min raise MP was 9-9. Hijack had King. Yeah, that's tough. Tough scenario. 37. Pretty loose. Not loose, but fairly passive. Doo-doo-doo. The thing that Virgil did not realize on that ace high hand when the diamonds came in is that technically, as the under the gun raiser compared to the big blind, I've actually got more flushes in my range than they do. If they were shorter, I could think of a blocker bluff here. Some frequency, but it's just probably a losing play right now, especially they're on tilt, going to be a little bit more likely to go with it. If they're a really good player, which I don't get the sense they are, then they're able to fold often, and it's better bluff, 3-bet bluff, but never calling there, obviously, with a king high, but it's a nice blocker bluff if they're shallower and if they're better at folding, which I don't get the sense this player is. All right, min ray. Let's see. On that 8-8 scenario, that was the results oriented because it got all in on a 3-4-6 flop. And I see you're talking about 9-9 and king. Yeah. Just thinking about what ranges people generally have there. I think you're behind most players at this level that tournament you're in is they don't ISO raise enough. It's such a strong tactic. So I'm not surprised to see kings there. Even live, and like people just don't ISO raise enough. I don't think it's such a great tactic too, because you can do it with a lot of hands, and then you can continue as a bluff too. I mean, you don't only have to have value when you continue after an ISO raise, you can not bet with impunity, but you really get to just hammer them. For a lot of reasons, especially that your range is uncapped and their range is capped, which is never a good position to be in if you're on the defensive in that scenario. That was the results oriented. Yeah, results oriented 8-8. I mean, it's just theoretically oriented too. It's just just a good fold, bad call or bad. If you, like I said, if you had specific reads on a player or experience with the player, if they're doing that with, 100% of range, for example, it might be a nice 3-bet all in or 4-bet, whatever it would be. But, um, or if they're super wide and they're doing that with, you've seen them do that, 6 or 8 times in the last few orbits, you might just call and look to navigate because they're going to have a lot of more Broadway type hand, suited overs, like, and then you can just, for example, on that flop, you would just jam, right? Yeah, so never always or never. It felt like almost always just a fold, but unless you had specific player reads. Let's see, 2-2-2. Everyone is 2. Might be going top shelf here. Oh, yeah, feels good. Feels right. Calls it off. 36. It's going to be a flip, probably. Oh, terrible. I think I would have liked smaller. Just pretty shallow. Damn, that was not good. Weird. It's alright. I'm going to think about that one a little bit more. Off the felt. Fives. Yeah, c'est la vie. I think the better play there, as opposed to jam size, is like a pot size, a little more than pot size raise, I think is nice. I do like the raise there, talking about ISO raises, but I wasn't technically an ISO raise, but I think I limp. I didn't think that went through very well. That was a mistake. Weird call though. 6s even. That's. I guess they're hoping I had 5s specifically. I don't know. Also got to remember what tournament level I'm playing at. The 110 nightly is a pretty strong player pool. The play I just made would have been more successful on like club WBC, like a free roll, for example. Yeah, it's tough. A lot of dead money out there. I think something like a pot size raise there is probably better at some frequency than just jam, especially against this level or a higher, like a thinking level of players. Players are better at calling off correctly at, higher level, like a 110 nightly tournament. You're gonna get a lot of strong players. Yeah. It's a mistake. 5s. It's alright. I gotta get over that mistake because we are still fine. 7th out of 207. Ace, king, ace, queen. Okay. We're gonna do our little Daniel Negreanu 4-part mental exercise where we get over a bad beat situation or a punt situation like that. We're gonna take a little shot clock here and go through our process. Nice job on the FDU. Uh, Anytime you take a bad beat or do a stupid play that you're upset with yourself, not only the Negreanu four step method, but I like to find, this might sound stupid, but I like to find something that I'm thankful for, or like just being like, okay, I'm still in this tournament. I'm just fortunate just to be like get you more grounded or mindful, like get out of your head where you're like, oh, I'm so stupid, so upset about the position. Basically, right now, what I'm thinking about is like, if you would have told me when I'm like kind of late reg this tournament, if I would have 75 big blinds to be in 10th place this short in the tournament, I would be thrilled, right? So it's always good to be mindful about what position you're actually in. I mean, even if you got 10 big blinds, just to be sitting at a poker table getting to play a tournament, it's like a pretty cool thing. Every time I play one of these big blinds, like a main event, before I start a tournament, I'm always just thinking like, wow, how cool is it? Like I'm not having to work. This is what I'm doing for the next few days. Pretty cool. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. All right, kind of a nerdy thing, but c'est la vie. All right, full double up. Under the gun raised. 2 off 67. I jammed. A7 suited in big blind. How many did you have? How many big blinds did you have? Are you up to 14.7 or you jammed 14.7? I jammed A7 suited in big blind and they called off with 10-7 hearts. Woof. Gross. Jam 14.7. Okay, nice. They called off with 10-7 hearts. Wow. Yeah. That, and you're playing a full ring game, right? So under the gun one, like a 9-handed table. A7 suited. Probably a little loose of a jam, but not terrible. It's a little bit better later. Like it's great. Button caught off hijack 100%. That's a great jam. 8-handed. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's pretty close. That's where you start getting like player reads in if they're opening a pretty wide range. It's a great play. On average, it's a little ambitious, but if you know they're opening hands like 10-7 and the like, or even have the potential to do so, right? Oh yeah, nice. 60-37. Yeah, great adjustment. That's a beautiful play. Yeah, that's nice. It's a really high level play. That's why you're doing things like winning gold tickets and winning WSOP main event seats. Quad Kings versus Quad Threes. Look at that. What? Quads over quads. No way. What just happened? Where's the bad beat? I need a payout. That's insane. Wow, bad beat jackpot exactly. Casino I was playing at last night, Boston Encore, 140,000 bad beat. Quad eights are better, so I wouldn't have qualified. I was part of a bad beat jackpot on Ignition Casino a few years back, $996,000. 996,000. I had I think there was 50 some tables. It was like never been part of one. It was like it was a weird setup. 996,000. So I'd put $100 in, and I ran up like 300. It was July 5th. I'll never forget it. In the chat, everyone says, "Congratulations, congratulations! We did it, we did it." I look at my bank account. There's like $23,000 in there, and I just had table share. It was like quad tens versus like a jack high straight flush. And I was specifically planning to try to hit the bad beats. I think it started at 50K, but it was up close to a million, 996,000. Let's see. Yeah, I've never been a part of one live. The one in Montreal at the Playground Poker Club routinely gets over $1 million. I think upwards of 2 million. It's pretty wild. Back in Atlantic City, they were huge, 600K. Yeah, exactly. Never been a part of one live. They don't get that big anymore. Yeah, they're probably... Most don't. It's pretty huge, 600K. I'll add to it. It's just a flat amount. Yeah. So one of my goals for this year is to play 5 big-time poker events. Played Florida, Seminole, played Bay 101 for sure, Championship in December for sure. Probably going to try to play something in November. I'm hoping they do Best Bet Jacksonville again. If they have that, I'm definitely there for a number of reasons. But so that's 4. So I'm looking for a 5th. I'm looking at... I don't really see a main event that'll work for me. WPT. I'm looking at Montreal. They've got WSOP Circuit International, 2 stops. Let me try to get there for the main event, maybe like the high roller or something. High roller's only like a $2,000 buy-in, something, 20 something. So we'll see. The circuit in August. Atlantic City Circuit in August, is that right? Must be WSOP Circuit in August. Huh. I think I might have looked at the dates. I think that's probably when I'm in Portugal, so I probably just wrote it off. But yeah, Montreal is a 4-hour drive from me. Smithy Raj mentioned feels ambitious. 1 to win 7. Oy. So flat. They're so flat. I just fold. Ugh. One net. Mentioned Baltimore. That'd be a nice one. How far is Baltimore from you, ASG? He's going 100% to circuit at Baltimore. I'm somewhere probably 25 to 50% for that event. It'd be fun. Let's see what we got here. Ace Jack off. Favorable hand. 65, 14. We're going to run it with 14. Oh, we're getting shallow here, family. We're going to run it with that one too, 19. Yeah, we're getting shallow. Just if it goes bet, jam, call, and they got better, that's like modern day cooler. Okay, so here we go. So 9, that's just an all-in. Could it ever be anything different? No. Calls it off. Love to see it. Drawing dead, almost 7. No 7. Good hand. Couldn't tell you how far Baltimore is because there's always loop traffic. Yeah, I bought a car in Washington, D.C. about a year and a half ago. Flew one way into D.C. from Boston and then drove it back up to the seaboard. I feel like I could make that drive in 4 or 5 hours if there was no traffic, but talk about a train wreck. Yeah, 3 hours in theory, but could be 6. I just take a flight. Greyhound, maybe. Yeah, think about Baltimore. That might be a fun circuit event. Let's see. King Deuce off. Fold. Probably folding that if it's open to me too. MGM Baltimore. Yeah, that's what he said. That's where the event is, MGM Baltimore. He said he's going to stay. I think he's going with his girlfriend. He's going to stay somewhere away from there. He said it's kind of sketchy apparently, but we'll see. Wish I could see who's in the chat. There's 4 people in here. I wish I could see who they were. Probably a way to do it, but I don't see it right now. That's bad. Let's see. Yeah, I've actually never played Never played a circuit event. I've never played a WSOP event. Not a single one. Not because I wouldn't or don't have anything against WSOP. I just opportunity hasn't come up. It doesn't really come to the Boston area, and I've mainly been focusing on WPT stuff, obviously. I was gonna go to Turning Stone in New York. They've got a pretty nice series, but didn't work out timing wise. Thin value with bottom two. Love to hear that. If you've got two cards, how often does two pair flop on the flop? If you got two random cards, what's the probability you will flop two pair? 1 in 40, 1 in 60, 1 in 80, or 1 in 100? I like knowing these little things, these little factoids. Helps you kind of make some decisions on the fly. Fives. A nice open. I think I got a nice Jack King 972 with 3 hearts. 9-7. Must have been in the blinds. Let's see if I can juice it up a little bit. 2.2. Alright, let me get back to the chat here. You said Jack 972, 3 hearts, and I had 9-7, so not bottom two, but the two that are possible. Yeah, a little out of line on the button. Oh, I see. Nice. Like it. So what do we got here? Let me just think about this. I mean, it seems like a call. 5. Give me a second. I hate three-way all-ins. 14. 16 jam. Yeah. Just a call. It's actually closer than it seems, but I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, 5's nice. Ugh. Blah. I think it's a good call, but gotta run better. Still a nice open 40, 10-9. E-handed? Yeah, E-handed. Yeah, it's still fine. 40. Getting close there, though. 10-9 suited. 10-9 suited as such. A beautiful hand. Let's look to flop. A big flop. Assuming we get to the flop. I was gonna say that player jams. Okay. Let's get a little trappy. Gonna look to play a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I think I just 4, 8, 14. I think I can just batch. Small. That's fine. It's a beautiful, beautiful flop, and his turn up to 50. Let's go. Down to 44. That 5's hand just got a little sideways. Lost 16 bigs. 40 to 132. Nice. I'm 25, 179. Also with 44, 45. Got a line on the button. Was this suited? 9-7 suited? Or no? Let's see. 2.2. There's really terrible hands you just get to fold. Let's see. 179. Late red just closing. 25 seconds. All right. 84 in the money. We are 27. We're not looking for a min cash. Queen 3 suited. 12 big jam. Fold. Snapping that one off as a fold. Let's see. Yeah, it was spades. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Probably, yeah, especially deeper. Early on in positions. Early on in. Tyler Patterson just won his second bracelet. One of my buddies. 2014 Best Bet World Poker Tour main event champion. 2-time bracelet winner. Just won about 600K. Great guy. He and his wife, awesome people. He was kind of getting me prepped up for this $5 million free roll. If you got a friend who's like a high level pro like Tyler, you chat him up about take on this $1 million SC tournament you got coming up. But he gave me some strategy tips. He was in it too, but one thing he said that sticks with me, the 9-7 is what's coming into my mind. He said that early on when you're super deep stack can be great in the 100 bigs, but I think if starting at like 150 or 200 bigs, a nice play if you're say on the button is three betting with hands like 9-7 suited or Jack 9 suited, I think is what he specifically mentioned, because it just you get to see some big hands. I mean, you flop some monsters, and it's just such a nice play for so many reasons. A lot of times they're folding pre, and then if they call, it just plays so well post flop. But 9-7 suited, keep that in your mind of late position cutoff or hijack as a 3-bet when you're super deep. I mean, you don't want to do that shorter stack, but over 100, certainly over 150 big blinds deep. Nice 3-bet hand. Specific on the button, maybe cutoff too. 1.3. No way. 3-bet jam. Nope. Not even close. Ace Jack is close. Ace 3 is not close. All right. 48 to 132. How many runners in that one? 2,300 started? Running super deep. 8s, 10s. King Deuce is a bad shove. 10s, nice play. 8s, little ambitious. Deuce 3 off. People are just ready, eager, and willing to get their chips in this tournament. I'm pretty close to doing it correctly, but like, I don't know, the King Deuce 3-bet jam from early position off 13 bigs, that seemed ambitious. What position are we in? 36th? Let's just see. Sometimes I like to see like what just gives me a good understanding of how valuable my current chip stack is. So 36, what I'm in currently, pays 259 from 110. All right. And first position that plays is 1,008. King 8 off is a little wide. Everyone was shallower. It's better. Opens a little wide. Off this. $30 big blinds when that happened. Bet 25% on King Jack 2, 2 hearts. On flop with your 9-7? No. Oh, I see. King Jack 2. Got it. 9-7. I forgot what you. Oh, okay. Okay. 2 hearts. He called. 9 at club turn. Check. 7 river. Yeah, nice. Check. Bet 75, and he had king something. Oh, wow. Ideal. Absolutely ideal. That's a nice line. Yeah, I like that line. Yeah, I like it. That's really good. It looks so bluffy on the river. I feel like it's not mandatory, but it's like a really good B75 spot. I like the size too, because it allows jacks to call too. You'll see some people hero with like ace high there, but Maybe something like ace five that kind of like unblocks. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Feels fine. I wish I would have made it 2.2 in retrospect right here, but so it is what it is. 40, 36. Out of position with an offsuit. Ace king off 35. Feels like a jam opportunity. Yeah, it just feels like a good jam spot. Here we are with jacks again, but we get there this time. Oh, really? Same thing as the main event. Oh my gosh, these jack turns. Get all my run bat out. That is so tough. I feel like a lot of jacks, but womp womp. Let's see, is there anything else worth hopping into? This is a fun one. The 55 Matt and Kev Knightley Meetup PKO. What about this main event feeder? It's a Saudi. Only problem is the feeder is probably to Friday night. Let me look at something real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I really don't like these feeders. There's a nice main event qualifier, but it's a feeder, so it's going to plug me into the Friday night one, which I can't play. It's kind of unfortunate. That's how they do that, as opposed to just give you a ticket. And then if you email them, they do not respond in a timely fashion. I would basically be forced to get into a tournament I couldn't play, so I'm not playing that one, which is unfortunate. Let's see, I'm going to hop into the 55 Kev. Let's hop into this one here. Yeah, King 7 big blind versus limped Ace King small blind on King flop down to 17 bigs. Brutal. Any players we know here? Nope. So this is an interesting tournament. Called the Matt and Kev Nightly Meetup 55 SC PKO. Pretty wild play going on in this one usually. First place 2,600. Second place 2,500. Let me see. Let me look at something before we get this. See if there's any more tournaments. This is probably gonna be my last one. 110, yeah. Last one. 110 of 112. Spin it up. It's a nice run. It's already top 5%. Spin it up, spin it up. Like and subscribe, everyone. Josh Gendon Poker. YouTube channel. Gonna have a lot of good stuff coming down the pipeline, including some giveaways to some World Poker Tour events coming up. Let's see. Da-da-da. Yeah, Sunday. So I think Sunday, if Braulio wasn't streaming, I would hop on and do my own stream. But I think I'll probably just, if he will allow, I'd probably just hop on his stream and stream some tournaments, depending on the timing and how it works with the Club WT events. But super excited about this high roller. Such a sick spot. 40 some players, over 80K for first. On a ace four off, hijack open. Nice. Love it, man. All right, 5-minute break. See you in 5 minutes. Alrighty. See if we can do this. Actually, let me do this. This is gonna be easier. Let's hop back to it. Good luck, ASG. Spin it up. Spin up is real. You got a chance here, man. 100 and some left. $20 bigs in a dream. Let me see if I can make this a little bit more stable. My problem is the position. Yeah. Right, let's see what we got here. Clearly a fold. Let me just do something. Give me a second while I get this situated. I'll try something here. Ruben, Billy Maker. How many people are left? Played against a guy who got second in the Millie Maker from last year. Forgot his name. In a local high roller. Forgot his name. He got second and he still got over $1 million. So I guess they're paying $2 million people now. Day one flight. Yeah. He's Jack. Missed the action there. That was strange. 4 bigs. Quite the open. This is a PKO. 15K guaranteed. I'll take my cards back, please. Into the Hertz is nice. It's one of those hands off like 60 big blinds. If you get played back out with almost anything, it's not great. This is probably a call. Calling 8, 9, 8.5 to win 25. Yeah. It's close. You're behind most, but pot odds, it's a call. Let's get your heart. 10's good. Let's go. That's a tough player that knocked out, especially in a PKO. That's definitely a call. 72 bigs. And a dream. Small open, 2 bigs. Do one for Doyle. Just don't like that. Yeah. Yeah, Ruben's pretty high level player, right? He sent off the big blind. This might be interesting. How many bigs? Jam 20 into a small blind. Min raise, got the fold. Nice. Love that play. Yeah, I love that play. That's such a nice play. That is a nice play. I would do the same. Queen 3 of hearts. Pretty deep. 72 big blinds here. If it gets to us, the small blind. Limpin'. Daniel Negreanu just said limpin' is not pimpin'. He changed his stance. Let's see. Yeah, Ruben made FT in the series a couple years ago. Nice, man. Oy, ay, ay. Final tables are good. HG, did you just get into tournament poker? I'm surprised you said you don't have any results. That is hard to believe with a player of your acumen. I don't play much tournaments, especially live. Usually stick to cash. Nice. This person is really solid PSH. They played in the main event. Yeah, tournaments are fun, man. You got a cash background, it will translate. That's where all the glory is. Got some big payouts. Tournament series are fun, especially this one's like the December one we're going to. Cash, well, early stage of the main. Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I first see you making a good run. That's like a dream scenario. The main, playing the main. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Who knows? Maybe you'll pull a Weinman and pull off $11 million score. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't really like any of this. 22-3. Do I just fold this? 50-27. I think it's just a call. Yeah, this deep we can just navigate. I'd be fine pulling a Griffin. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not bad either. Weinman, I think the stat is correct, but I think Weinman played the main 16 times before and never cashed once of the 16 times. And he's a pro, right? And then the 17th time, he wasn't even going to play, but his girlfriend was like, no, babe, you should go play. He went and played, and he got first out of over 10,000 people for 11 some odd $1 million. Pretty wild. I wonder what the endorsement value is off that too. Another 20 plus million probably. Weinman invented Fantasyland in Chinese, if you know what that is. I do not know what that is. Chinese, you're talking the card game Chinese? Or the whatever game? Oh, invented Fantasyland in Chinese. No, I don't know what that is. Seems like a pretty bright guy. Pretty sharp. Yeah, open face Chinese, right? Oh yeah, I know open face Chinese. But what is Fantasyland? I don't know what that is. Alright, so 53 bigs here. Wow. Ambitious play with 5-8 offsuit. Lost a lot of chips. There's the ace king. Good thing to note. Don't bluff this player. It's good to know, I mean, because very likely we'll be playing SM in the main again on Sunday. 44 jam. Oof. Rich. He's queen versus jacks. Let's see if the jack comes in on the turn. Happened twice in a row against me. That's wild. Ace king. You make a 2-card hand and 2 5-card hands. Weinman invented a bonus. Invented a bonus. Or if you have queen, queen, or better up top, you just get your 13 cards all at once and get to set up your hand against your opponent playing. Oh, interesting. I've never played open face journeys, so once you get to set up your hand and your opponent's playing. Interesting. Fantasy land. Huh, creative. He's a smart guy. It kind of blows my mind he went 0 for 16 in cashes at the main WSOP main to start his career. I just don't see how that's possible. I guess it's a numbers game, but a player of his caliber in a slow structure, you think you would cash at least 20% minimum, probably closer to 40%, I would think, but all right, 27. Going for it. There's the ace high call. Yes, ace high call. Jack 4. Oh, Jack. Oh, that's a snap, yeah. Wow. This player will get after it. Not afraid to play some poker. Not afraid to lose some chips. Probably can spin up a big stack, though, too. It's good to think about. 3-bet coming. 3-bet small, look at that. 2.6, I guess. Yeah, that's a nice. It's a really good raise size. J main 2-4. Jam. Take this 4-bet. Fold. Kings versus ace and jack. Yeah, that small 3-bet usually is strong. Some people want to 4-bet, but small 3-bets don't lend themselves well to 4-betting. Usually because every player is a little different, situations are different. But somebody just linked me to this Florida grinder he played with in the seniors. His Hendon looks like nothing but first place is what? Yeah, it's hard to believe. What's the name? Oh, never mind, I had it sorted wrong. Got it, yeah. Still, it's amazing, yeah. Pocket 8, Snowman on the button. Let's see what the action is here. See what, this might get rowdy here. 1739. This player, oh, they didn't want to go either. 3. Weird. Oh, Raminder Singh. 3. Let's see if we can. Yeah, that's fine. 3. What a weird. Big size. Oh, I don't love that. 5-9. Fine to check here. Betting some's fine too. Out. Good run, man. Did you break 100? 14. I think I can just call here. Thought about raising, but I just thought that was unnecessary. Jam. What a weird. I gotta think about this. Raise queen, queen. Got 3-bet jammed. Do they have a set here ever? This is obviously polarized. Ace king, ace jack. It feels like it's gonna be a call. Ace king, queen. Doesn't feel ever like they just have a queen. Oh yeah. I think I just call and be sad. Yeah. Wow. Weird. Okay. buy? Yeah, let's throw a bullet in there. That was weird, huh? Check the flop. Alright, what did you say? Raise queen queen, got 3-bet, jammed, got called, and he had ace-10 suited. Wait, board rivered my queen to give him Broadway. Oh, I hate when that happens. 96, great run, man. 96 out of 2,300. Wow, top 4%. That guy trapped me with flop top pair of queens. That felt so weird. Three-handed. So 3x, $103, 3x buy-in. It's crazy. You got 4th percentile only paid out 3x. Just show how top heavy these things are. Gotta make like a final table just to have a significant payout. Yeah, that's good. Ace 3 off. I'll throw one more bullet at this tournament and call it a wrap after that. It work tomorrow at 2:30, Saturday at 5. Jack 7 off. This guy's losing his mind. But he got the double. I'd love to see that. Hop in this one, ASG. This is a nice one. 55 nightly. There's some really interesting plays going on average. It's like a meetup game of some kind, like a meetup tournament. I feel like there's some California guys or something. It's a nice tournament. You can hop in if you with that big cash you just got. Wow, look at this. Oh, Cooler City. No way. Suck, resuck. Wow. $120 and I got work tomorrow. Yeah. What's 120? Work tomorrow. All right, buddy. Good night. Sleep tight. I'll check you later. Good run tonight. All right, what do we got? We have 120. Oh, yeah. I got you. I feel like this is just a call. Yeah, plays really well. Terrible flop. Gonna shut it down. 3 into 4.6. Got no hope. Backdoors are ambitious. 27 big blinds. All right, king 3 offsuit in the small blind. Let's see what we got. Small blind. King 3 off. All right, we're gonna call that a wrap. Let's get that off here. Let's see. I keep it rolling for a little bit longer here. King 10, King 8, Queen 3. Interesting. All right, Matt and Kev nightly meetup. 55 SC PKO. Josh Ginden here, your World Poker Tour Club WT Ambassador, Salem Witch EMD. First ever YouTube live stream. This guy's opening a lot. 66.44. We will be looking to put him into the blender here very soon. 5-6 off. All right, let's stop it.